the first thing I'm going to do is just indicate where my horizon is going to be approximately. It's going to be somewhere in there. Okay, so here are the colors I already have. We're going to mix a light blue, a little bit of both of my blues. We're going to start out with a tiny bit of blue and a lot of white. Oh, too much blue. I might use that color later, but let me move that to the side because that's way too much blue. It needs to be way lighter. Let's take this already light blue, like a cerulean blue. There. We want it to be nice and icy right now. And again, the beginning stages of your painting are all about the beginning stages. I don't even know, but look at the color. It's nice. Okay. What I was going to say is the beginning stages of your painting are all about laying down the general colors and simplifying. So simplifying as in generalizing large shapes so that you have a nice foundation. And again, it does not have to be perfect. We're going to paint over it a bazillion times. Okay? Okay. I'm excited. Okay. Just covering, because I know it's at least light blue. And it's easier to go light to dark for the most part. Once your painting dries though, which this is acrylic paint, you can go back and forth between dark to light and light to dark. So don't get too overwhelmed with that. But first step, painting the background of the sky blue. Back in here, we'll do some distant mountains. So let's just indicate a little bit of a distant mountain vibe with the white paint. So what I'm doing is I'm doing diagonal brush strokes. Ooh. All right, I accidentally added too much blue. We'll just mix all that up. I messed up. So yeah, a little bit of diagonal brush strokes, and I'll get more in depth on how to paint these mountains and how to make them feel distant later, but right now we're just trying to, like I said, leave notes to yourself. Leave notes to yourself, meaning when you go back in to work on it, you'll have an idea of what you were trying to do. So to the right of the sky, we're going to make it darker with this deeper turquoise color, and we're going to blend that in with the blue we already have. And I have a darker shade of blue, which we're going to bring into the right side of the sky. And we're creating atmosphere right now. We're laying down the ground for atmosphere. Okay, that looks good. I have several jars of water, which is helpful. Okay, So the next thing I'm gonna do is indicate slightly where I'm gonna have my house and then put a bunch of green down, and I'm gonna use multiple shades of green to work on the ground. But first I need to indicate where my house is going to be. So I'm going to take my gray paint and I'm basically going to do a triangle thing. Well, I guess it's okay. I'll show you before I get too carried away, I'll show you the shapes. So here's the house. We're going to do a slanted shape. A slanted, I don't know what you call that. Almost like a square, but it's slanted. And make sure these lines are parallel. Then we're going to do a triangle. It goes all the way down, actually. And then a little bit of a vertical up and down structure. There's going to be little windows and a little arch. But for now, we're just going to get this basic structure down. So I know kind of, oh yeah, and I think this is actually longer. There's going to be a little chimney and smoke that comes out of the chimney. So that's the very preliminary essence of what we're painting. And I know that probably seems like it doesn't help or that it's irrelevant, but I promise it's relevant. Everything matters in paintings. So we're gonna just plot out with this gray approximately, and I'm using one color to kind of draw through the shapes. Using kind of horizontal brush strokes. Here's the triangle part. I'm going to take some of my dark brown and I'm going to outline this part of the triangle. And again, it's okay if it doesn't look great in the beginning. I think a lot of people freak out that it doesn't look masterful. It doesn't need to look masterful yet. You just hold out. So we're going to do a little arch with the brown. And that's just at least giving me some indication of the shapes within the house. So there's a little gable right here on the side, very small one. There's going to be a chimney. And yeah, so that's kind of like, people ask a lot of times, oh, do you sketch out your drawings beforehand? And I do what I'm showing you here. I do this type of thing on a separate piece of paper so I can work it out and simplify. You think that you need to see all the detail. Really, you need to see the detail, note it, but simplify it, and then add the detail later. So I don't know. I think this is basically the size that we need, but I really can't tell. You can't tell how the proportion of everything until you put it all on the page. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get it all there, and then we're going to adjust and move it a little bit. So, yeah. Let me know if you have any questions at all. I will do my best to answer them. Okay. So now I have my house. Oh yeah, so what I was saying is that we're basically drawing the outline, but you have to draw through it rather than outline it. So in here, I'm gonna use kind of a hazy, pale green gray, and I'm gonna fill in the overall shapes of where I see everything. So we're gonna do a swervy zigzag chunk of green to the left of my little cottage. I think we should call it a cottage. It's no longer a house, it's a cottage. So this is basically the underpainting in a way. Then we're gonna do a darker chunk of green next to it. So all of this is gonna be beautiful, intricate land. But right now we're simplifying it into shapes so that the painting is structurally sound. I like that my top makes ASMR noises. Okay. Where I'm integrating the greens, as you can see, a little bit. So I'm going to bring down the darker green blue shade to the left and bring all the way down and taking the lighter shade and putting it next to the darker shade down here at the base of my canvas. And we'll go in and add all of the little felt moments, but right now it's about plotting in the overall shapes. So in the center, in here is going to be a lighter shade of green, the light green. It's almost like a lime green. I have coffee and it says, "Be the light." I hope that you can be the light if you're struggling. Either you are the light or maybe you need a little bit of light. So either way, it's a cute mug and I'm drinking iced coffee at 5 p.m. but it's a Friday, so it's okay. Look how bright it is for 5 p.m. I love it. Posing. Hopefully I get a cute shot because the light on the wall is perfect, and I use my screen stills as cover photos. So yeah, and I feel like the wide shot is a good it's kind of intriguing. Like, oh, who's that? All right. So now we're gonna add some light green in the center next to the medium shade of green. So this is a pathway that we're creating, just so you know the vibe. And on the right side, we're going to take the dark green and create some land. This is more of the blue-green. So this land scoops down, and then it creates overall a diagonal line. And then there's going to be a waterfall here, so I'm not going to try to confuse you. So right now, just do almost like a stair step thing, a stair step motion. You see what I'm saying? To create the other side. And then there's, okay, so somewhere in here, you can see I'm searching for it. That's totally fine. Somewhere in here, there's a pool of water. So I'm kind of leaving an opening and mentally knowing in here there's a waterfall. You can see I'm just adding some brush marks, like I said, leaving notes to myself. Okay. I know, again, it's probably, you're probably thinking something along the lines of, well, actually, I don't want to assume what you're thinking, so all I'm saying is hang with me. This is very abstract in the beginning. All paintings are technically abstract, so hang with me. We'll get there. It'll look good. You just have to give it time. This is not a microwave thing. So to the right of the waterfall, there's rocks, okay? So I'm just going to do blobs of gray, basically, to indicate, okay, this is where my rocks are going to be. It's kind of like blue-gray. Just simplifying it into shapes right now. Now I'm going to add a little bit of brown into up here. Okay. I'm going back and forth a little bit between brown and blue. And because basically we're still moving things around, but over here needs to be dark, so I'm going to take my black and create almost like a black triangle on the lower right side of my canvas. It's like a swoopy black triangle. This is the shape. And there's going to be more black over here, actually. It's blue, but that's why I'm allowing the blue to show through, because that's the undertone. But so there's rocks in here. And then let's finish working over here before I commit, because I want to see how far this land goes out. So we're going to take our medium shade of green and start to fill in some of this white space with some horizontal brush strokes. I love some horizontal brush strokes. Okay. Now taking the lighter green. See, there's a cadence here where the center is going to be lighter green. Let's just kind of fill that in. We'll add some other colors in there, but fill that in here. Same with there. And add a little bit here at the base of my canvas. So the sky is reflected into the water, just so that you know the vision. I'm gonna try to explain the direction I'm going, and hopefully it will make sense. So in here, there's gonna be a waterfall. this is going to be land on either side of the waterfall. There's going to be rocks here. There's going to be a little pool of water down here. Back in here, there's going to be mountains. There's going to be trees over here and trees over here, and then there's going to be a rainbow. Okay, so it's going to be really, really pretty. Very heavenly, very ideal, and probably, you know, just it's going to be one of those paintings that you look into it and you are transported to a whole other world. I want it to bring calm and peace, especially in this world where everyone's trying to make a statement, everyone's trying to be political, everyone is like a protester, which is fine, but sometimes you just need art to be beautiful, and why is that not a reason enough? I mean, I'm not knocking the other forms. I love all art, but we can make some pretty art, okay? Okay. So, we're gonna do this. We're gonna keep going. Let's work on let's try to just fill up this space, and then we can adjust the proportions, if that makes sense. So, I think it'll be good. So, green foliage on this side, which we will detail it later, but right now we're just gonna chunk it off. And there's a few evergreen trees, so I'm just gonna do a couple vertical this thing. We'll work on it more later, but this is the vibe. And actually, some of these might be a little taller, but I feel like this actually might need to be a little lower, so I think my house is a bit too tall. The proportions are a little off. So I'm going to take the blue from behind and just kind of cut it in a little. This is why it doesn't matter how it looks in the beginning stages, because everything is in a flux, as they say. And I still kind of feel like maybe the proportion, I feel like the roof needs to be longer. I'll show you what I mean. You see how here I made it too short, and then I needed to make it longer because I want it to be one of those A-line houses. That's what I have to do here as well. So I made the same mistake. That's okay. So I'm just going to take some of my gray and extend the roof down. The house is primarily brown and gray, in my opinion. Oof, Lord. I say that as I add like burgundy. This is not the color I need. Okay, this color actually could look good here. And here. I'm just taking a darker shade of brown, or a medium shade of brown, and making sure that my house feels like it's the right size or whatever. Let's take some green. We're gonna put some trees around it, because we can't really tell if it's the right shape until it's in context with the land around it. let's take some light blue and cut away at some of the house. So we're using the negative space to refine the positive space. And I might as well just cover up some of this with the light blue as well. Just kind of okay. That feels a bit better. It's coming along. I feel really good about this. I love the way the sun looks behind me right now. This is my favorite time of day, really. Painting, sometimes you need to like look at it and think about what your next step is. I can tell I'm kind of doing that right now. Okay, that's why I like having a drink with me or some snacks. I can kind of take a break, take a drink, and keep going. Okay. So we're gonna use a light pale green back here in this white space. It'll make more sense later, but essentially this is the distant hill top that will eventually have a distant, beautiful waterfall running through it. And let's add some more trees. Hang on, I'm gonna look up close. Yeah, that's good. So that tree's a bit dark. Again, just I'm gonna paint over everything, but this is just enough for me to, I don't know, move on with the structure, and then I'll go back in and work it out a little bit. Let's take some light blue, move it in beside the tree. So this is going to be our medium tone. The light blue moves, if you move it between the foreground and the background, it kind of acts as atmosphere. And we'll be doing that a lot in this. We're going to move some of that light blue into the light green, so the more distant something is, the less contrast and the less saturation it will have. So keep that in mind. Contrast meaning it could be large shapes, contrasting colors, vibrant colors, all of that counts as contrast. Smaller shapes, less harsh colors, less bright colors are going to be in the distance, and that's really what's going to give us that sense of space. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Okay. Back here I'm gonna add, where that white is, I'm gonna add my darker blue. There'll be more separation between the foreground and the background whenever I add more highlights, but right now Oh look, I'm gonna make this look a little bit like mountains back here by doing some dark blue triangles in the distance. Different shapes. And I might change it up, but this is kind of a good start. I'm kind of having to paint around my... I want a rainbow to be in this painting, but I think we're going to add the rainbow in very last, which I don't typically do things like that. We'll see how it unfolds. Excuse me. All right, so let's continue. And here's the light green. Now let's do the light blue to just kind of ambiguify some of this. Let me show you really quickly on here the overall shapes we're using for the mountains. So there's going to be triangles, right? Then there's going to be little triangles beside those triangles. Then those triangles are going to be like divided, right? So that's another triangle. So then down the center, we're going to separate it. So there's going to be a right side that's dark and then a left side that's much lighter. You see? Well, in here it's kind of hard to see, but basically we're going to divide the triangles. Some of them are going to be less even, but you think of a pyramid. That's the shape. Here, you get black so you can see a pyramid, right? We've got this type of thing happening, and then like there's gonna be like little ones, big ones, so that's gonna be what's going on, but we're gonna be using desaturated colors. So hopefully that makes sense. I find breaking it down into a simple concept like that helps me as well as the viewer. So in here we're going to make this a bit darker, and then that connects to in here. There's some really bright light spots back here which we'll work on more later. There's some up and down. Those indicate trees in the distance. All right, now we're pulling in, sorry, that was kind of loud. We're pulling in another color. We're pulling in some rosy tones, and that's gonna show me where some of our beautiful planty budding rose bushes are gonna be. Okay, so that's gonna help separate the colors. So I'm excited. Hang on, what was I thinking? Oh yeah, we're gonna grab those colors and just plot it in a little bit in here. Red is very potent, as you know, so we're gonna mix it in with the dark blues and greens so that it's not so much. And then I'm gonna take some light blue and I'm just gonna kind of dot it in here so that I kind of know, all right, there's gonna be some flowers in here, some little plant life moments. Now I'm doing the same thing little bundles of red, basically, mixed in to the colors around it so that it doesn't pop out too much. Okay, oh yeah, on this side, let's add some trees, because these are almost like cherry blossoms on the left side as well. So we're gonna do a line upward that's jagged towards the top. That's a light blue or a light brown. Then we're gonna take a dark brown black and put it right next to it. That's going to be the other side of the tree. Now we're going to do the same thing with the second tree, only this one's going to be thinner. And there's more branches coming out like so. Beautiful. I'm impressed. Then we're going to take dark brown and do the same thing. Oop. I guess it's more of a black, but alright. This one didn't turn out as good as the other one. That's okay. Whatever. With painting, you just kind of have to. It's okay if it doesn't look great at the beginning or at any stage until it's done. It only matters if it looks good when it's done. People can say, and you can think whatever you want about your painting while it's in progress, but it's really irrelevant. I mean, it's not fully irrelevant. You can see if your painting has promise and if it's progressing, but alright, we're going to take some blue. We're going to kind of mix it in to the left side just to kind of blend it in where you're not really sure where it starts and stops. Okay? Now we're going to take a very light pink. And I'm making the tree almost like cherry blossoms. So think pink, okay? We're going to dance back and forth between light pink and dark pink. So we're going to be using a myriad of pinks, but right now we're sticking with more of a pale pink, and we're going to sprinkle in some of the darker pinks. So I'm excited. And I'm still using a big brush because we're trying to keep it nice and general. And I'm just doing horizontal dabs on my canvas to start out with. It's like you gotta do little clusters of pink that are horizontal, like this. The base of it being maybe a little thicker than up at the top, but little moments of thick clusters and moments of thinner clusters. But we'll break it up and add detail and stuff later. Right now we're just trying to get the underpainting there so we can think of this as the sketch. Like I said, it's the sketch of the painting. It's the beforehand, so you know where everything goes, but we're thinking in terms of shapes rather than outlines. Shapes and colors. Overall general colors and overall general shapes. Where does this shape occupy space? That's the question. So. Let's keep going, actually. I'm going to use a little bit of a darker pink. Blend it in just to give a little bit of definition. Just enough so it doesn't drive me nuts. And adding a little bit more in there. And again, you can always work backwards by using the blue on top of the pink to create more sky showing through, like so. You see what I mean? See how that makes it feel like it's already breaking it up a little bit. Cool. All right. Also, I'm using a different camera for I switched my wide camera and my close-up camera. And I had to kind of tie my top too. Hopefully it's not too noticeable, but yeah. All right. But essentially my last camera, it was going in and out of focus for my painting, which was driving me crazy. So hopefully this one stays in focus throughout the entire thing. Okay. So let's paint this pathway in here using gray, and it's basically just a swirly moment. It's just like a almost just like a S. I'm using white and gray, and then it peeks out of the green, but you're not going to be able to see it. All the way, if that makes sense. So we're adding some green back here, some darker green, to add some depth to this brightness, to tone it down a little. And here it's supposed to be gray, but I find white tends to work well. So just adding, I mean, technically it's going to be cobblestone, which I love cobblestone, but I'm kind of mad at cobblestone. And you're probably like, what do you mean you're mad at cobblestone? But I was walking on a beautiful cobblestone road in my town and I tripped and I fell just last week and I skinned my knee and I'm still sore. So that's why I'm mad at cobblestone. But for the painting, it's perfect. Right now it's not cobblestone, but it will be. Taking some green, some darker green, turquoisey color, different shades of green, bouncing back and forth between different shades of green, and pushing into the white of the cobblestone, because I don't want it to be like a strong definition between the ground and the cobblestone. I want it to be ambiguous because that's how pathways are. Pathways tend to be ambiguous, where some of the land is breaking into the ground. So we got to keep that essence. Okay, so in here, let's do a really light, kind of a light turquoise, and through here, side to side brush strokes, we're filling up the pond. Now taking a darker blue and adding that in as well. And actually I'm going to bring this up to the sides of the land, because by the time it's done you're going to be like, where does the land and the water start and stop, but in a good way. So we're deepening the space between the land and the water with a darker shade of bluish colors, like a deep blue. The land kind of turns into rocks and it caves downward, and it will make more sense. And then in here, dark, dark, dark. Now let's take white, pull the white through. See, we're creating our little waterfall, pulling the white through. I mean, there's no color for it to go up against, so we're adding the white, and then we're going to add some of the blue. So then we're taking the dark turquoise and moving that through the water, streaking it through, if you will. Right here, up and down. Here it's going to be like this, and then here it's going to be side to side. That's why I was thinking like stair steps. In here, we're doing kind of a side to side thing and adding some blue into the white while the paint is wet, so that it feels like it's mixing nicely. So in here, darker blue. In here, blue, 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 blue. Adding actually a tiny bit of black. Okay, so hang on, in here I could probably just blend some of that just because it's feeling a little streaky. Maybe I should take more blue and just move it through. We're taking a light blue, we're going to move it through in here. And then the white will feel like it has something to contrast. I can tell that it's getting dark. Today happened to be a kind of a more cloudy day. Sometimes the sun around this time is beaming, and sometimes it's kind of dark, so okay. I'm going to deepen it, take more of that turquoise and add some darkness in here. Streak it through again. We're trying to get some dimension in the waterfall before we add all the white of the foam. So I'll add some darkness in here. pure, bright, saturated. Okay. And here it could be darker. So I'm just kind of working it in. There's a few rocks in here, so I'm just adding some brown, just so I remember. Let's move away from the waterfall and add some lighter green around this dark spot in here and shape the pathway. Make it a little more wavy, if you will. I want to preserve a lot of that light structure that I already have in place. So here's the land, and now it needs to curve into the waterfall. Okay, so in here it's more of a reflection. So, in here we're going to round off the edge of the land to where it feels like it's a barrier for the water. Now we're going to do some horizontal white brush strokes, and I'm incorporating some green into the water because it's reflecting into the water. Let's take some blue and put it back here, because this is kind of the end of the waterfall where it rolls off of a hill or something. There's going to be another moment back here. I'm going to highlight it, trying to feel out where everything starts and stops. Okay. Let's add some of the white in here, just streaking it through just for now, not getting too crazy. Again, this is the underpainting. Alright, adding some white in here because this is going to be some of the foam that's created, or the spray from the waterfall. Let's create some highlights on these rocks. Might be a little too much. There we go. Let's bring this dark blue down. Let's take some bright pink and move that through, making almost like these little pockets of pink side to side, because this is a reflection. And then we're going to take some yellow. There's light being reflected into the water, because there's going to be light up here as well, which we haven't indicated yet, but I'll just show you what I'm thinking, something along these lines. I hope this is making you feel a little bit better about your paintings, because all of us just see the final product of other people's paintings, and it's hard to, sometimes you're hard on yourself and you're like, why doesn't my painting look like that? But the truth is, it takes hours to bring it to that place where you can be proud of it, and it just takes time, and that's okay. That's why I'm going to work on it a little bit longer, and then I'm going to take a break and come back tomorrow and work on it more tomorrow or the next day, depending on how things pan out. So, oh, it's dark now. It's actually dark now. Okay. I haven't been streaming that long. Really. I'll just, we still got a little bit of light left, so I'll work for another few minutes and then come back when it's nice and bright outside, so that we can, just, I don't know, I feel like the brightness has a positive effect, and sometimes the darkness doesn't. It looks a little bit more sad, but maybe I can bring some cute, like, lights to make it look like, oh, there's some beautiful twinkle lights in the distance or something like that. So I'll be thinking, because it seems like it's quieter in the evening or late afternoon, evening, so I can start out my video like I did today when it's nice and bright, and then the sun goes down, and then I'll probably do that a few times before the painting is done. So yeah. Okay, let me pull up my reference again. All right. I'm still using my big brush. It's slightly too big, but I like that because it forces me to focus on the structure and not the details. And we'll focus on the details as time goes on. I'll show you. You'll know when we do that. And I'll put this reference image in Discord under the art section, which I generated using AI. So you can look at it, and if you're following along, you'll kind of see where my train of thought is as well. Okay. So what is happening in here? I think the next step is to flip it upside down and see if I can block in any other shapes. I might actually, hang on, let me turn my reference into a black and white image and see if that helps me see some of the structure. It does. I love turning my paintings into black and white. Well, okay, what I do is I take pictures of my subject, even if it's a real life observation, and then I turn the image black and white and look at it black and white. And I'm telling you, it's very helpful because you're going to be able to see the structure. So it doesn't matter what color you use per se. I mean, it does and it doesn't, but you can use a range of colors that match that structure of lightness and darkness, and it will make sense visually. So keep that in mind. So yeah, let's continue. Basically, oh yeah, do you want to see my knees? It really doesn't look as bad as it is because I've been putting ointment on it. It's actually, like, it's healing up crazy fast, but I am proud of it. I always feel good about myself whenever I have battle wounds to show off. I'm not just cute, I'm tough. So yeah. Alright, actually we will use a slightly smaller brush now to try to articulate some of the information here. So what we're gonna do is go in and add structure, like I said. So we're going to go into the house, reiterate this triangle, this A line, if you will. There's also a little arch in here, which I'm excited about. There's also some shading underneath each window, which I haven't totally painted the windows yet, but oh yes, there's a gable over here, which I forgot to put back in after I painted over it, and it hangs right over this left window. And there's the chimney, which is on the outer side of the house, creating some shading. Let's make a ball of green right here. This is going to be a bush that interrupts the left corner of the house. Dab, 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 dab. Good. And not only are we going to have the bush, we're going to shade it, adding some darkness underneath. And already that's great. It's creating some structure. Let's do something similar to the base of the house as well. So I have a feeling this painting may take longer than I thought. I mean, I knew I wasn't going to finish it today, but I always feel like there are certain stages in the painting where you just feel like, oh my gosh, I'm in over my head. Can I actually do this? And I feel that every time I paint something, and I just learn to muster through that feeling and carry on. Alright, we're going to make this gray darker, especially in a few places. We're going to push the contrast, basically. Alright. Now I'm going to take a lighter shade of gray and highlight the top. Actually, it's like, there we go, yeah. Highlighting the top of the house, the roof, as well as the left side of the chimney, which is basically a rectangle shape. Bringing it down. There's light on the top of the roof, and in between some of the dark spots. Okay. Now I'm going to take my white and essentially I have my white. I'm taking a tiny bit of fluorescent yellow and mixing it in. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Mostly white, a little bit of fluorescent. And I'm gonna add my windows back in, painting over those yellow blobs. And try trying to make sure they're placed somewhat correctly. Okay, there's a little circular window here and an indication of a door underneath the arch. We'll rework everything later. And then there's a window over here as well. Okay. Very good. I'm gonna add a little bit more contrast actually underneath the ridges of the edge of the house and stuff. I'll take some black actually and just kind of push this a little bit more. Adding a little bit of blue in here to deepen it and simplify. Okay. Something along these lines. Let's take some white, highlight some of this because these are going to be rocks. That are hitting the light. Some dark blue back here. Well, dark turquoise. Add just a few moments of highlights through the darkness. We'll refine it later, but just enough to remind me. Well, I'm wondering if it might be a good time to step away from the painting since it's getting really dark, and I just feel like now that the whole painting is covered, like there's no blank spaces for the most part, I can go back in tomorrow and really bring it to life. Now that I have a solid foundation to go from, because it's like I can now, it's easier to work from something than nothing essentially. So and plus there's people out there. Do you hear that? Cheering. Is there a protest going on? Okay. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna step away and I'm gonna work on this later, and we're gonna keep working on this Thomas Kinkade-inspired masterpiece. If your painting at this stage looks something similar to, hang with me, this, then you're in good shape. It should be blocky, it should be general, it should be loose, it should be ambiguous. And we're going to be adjusting things the whole way through. So it may take, honestly, 2 more settings to complete, and I'm okay with that. So I feel good though. I'm excited with it, and it's gonna be beautiful. Again, Thomas Kinkade is underrated. People, here's the deal. Art is so subjective. We all get to love or dislike whatever it is, it's okay. You get to do what you want. You get to like what you want. I'm not saying this has to be your cup of tea, but I love his art. I think it's beautiful and underrated, and I don't care that it hangs in doctor's offices and counseling offices and stuff, because it makes you feel better when you look at it. That's why it's there. So that's what we're aiming to create. And today was all about plotting out those shapes, those general, where everything's gonna go. It's like a sketch. And again, it's okay if it takes a while to finish. This takes time. This is not a, microwave thing. Painting is a meditative process that requires patience and self-love all the way through, because if you don't love yourself, you're gonna overly criticize your painting and think, oh, it sucks, oh, I hate it. It's okay if it's not perfect. It's okay if you're not perfect. It's okay if your painting's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, but in the end, it can be great if you stick with it. So thanks again for being here, and I will see you later. Mwah. Some dark green on up here. We're just going to indicate the fact that there are trees on this side. Actually, I'm going to zoom into my reference. I'm not going to get too out of hand with it. So just taking green, and then I'm going to take the light green and put it on the left side. And again, this is just enough to let me know kind of what the structure is, and then whenever I go back in to work on it more, I know what I'm doing. But we're making a little cluster of trees. Here's another tree over here. Actually, let's put it back here. It does not have to be perfect. Let's take white and yellow, fluorescent yellow, and we're gonna stipple it in there to add some brightness that's coming through. That's good. Let's take some dark greenish brown, and I'm moving it through here to create some contrast. I feel like there needs to be a tree right here, not right there. This in here just needs to be green. Just doing, kind of feeling out some of this, honestly. Reshaping some of the land back here. These are ultimately going to be a couple of trees in the distance. But we create a stronger light structure in here for sure. Using darker green to create more contrast. I was checking my texts. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so now I'm trying to think what I want to do next. Let's create more contrast over here. And here's going to be lots of bushes. But if we create the light structure and then match the light structure with the right colors, that will probably be the best way to go about it. Alright, I want to do kind of an overall thing where basically I'm going to go in and shade the whole thing. So if you are following along, do what I'm doing. You take a wash of dark green, which means water mixed with your dark green, and you're gonna go in and you're gonna block out where it's much darker. We're gonna add detail later. In here it's darker. Definitely in here. There's more colors in here than what I'm accounting for, but definitely in here. The wash allows other colors to show through, but it's hopefully setting up your painting for success. In here it's definitely a lot darker. And here there's some rocks. I want to kind of preserve the fact that there is light hitting the rocks while making it much darker. Definitely the water blocking out some of this darkness. And I'm going to go in with the highlights as well, but the highlights are meaningless without the dark around it. So we got to set up the darkness before we highlight. And here will be a bunch of bushes. So I'm making sure I mix some green in with it. so that I remember. Here's the pathway, breaking it up just a little bit with my shading. Again, painting horizontally like we talked about earlier. We're going to create some definition in our waterfall in here, just doing a little number like that, creating some harsher lines around it, shading it in a few places. Let's make over here darker. Whoops, it's a little drip. A little drip drip. Again, we're building up the paint, so it doesn't have to be exact right now. It's just about finding the structure, the light structure, the shapes, things like that for now. Then we'll move on and work on other things as well. I'm going to bring my rainbow, which I know it's not colorful yet. Right now we're using white to indicate where the rainbow will be. I'm moving it down, making it a bit thicker. We're going to add color over this, but right now we're plotting out where it's going to go and making sure it's locationally correct before we commit too much to it. Okay, let's see here. Let's continue shading, making this a little bit darker. Making this a little bit darker over here. This is gonna be a bunch of plant life. But right now we're just creating that light structure, the large shapes, so that the details make sense. Add some light blue to kind of connect this a little bit, just enough to not bug me so much. It allows you to see your painting differently. And I'm going to flip my reference upside down as well. Okay. Which which my reference is different than my painting, but okay, yeah, this is crazy what a difference this makes. Alright, I'm still gonna work on the shading structure right now, so yeah, still working on the wash. Soon I might need to do the light spots and not just the dark spots, but I still think the dark spots are important right now. Going through and just intuitively finding the places that are darker, and I'm looking at it as shapes, because once we establish the right shapes, we can build the color and the details. Let's take some brighter pink, move it into this tree to darken it a little bit. And we'll add highlights back in, but right now we're darkening things. The highlights in here are really going to be what pull everything together, but again, you can't get the highlights until you get the structure of everything. Okay. Sorry, trying to figure out what my plans are for tonight. Alright, let me flip this back upside down. There's lots of little tiny details in this because that's how Thomas Kinkade paintings are. So, you know, it can be a little bit tedious. And it can feel weird to focus on the structure when you know that there's so many details that you need to get, but structure first, okay? Structure first. All right. let's take some white and we're gonna move it into the background we're gonna do back and forth between blue and white. We're gonna work on the sky a little bit because I've been working so much on the ground. I feel like I need to balance it with work on the sky. Let's get the tree a little bit brighter and darker up here. Okay, that's good. See how I'm blending it in, blending the blue in with the white and creating some light in the sky. There's gonna be some smoke coming out of the chimney, so I'm just gonna indicate that a little bit with some white. It's gonna be a pretty smoke cloud, not a invasive, scary smoke cloud. We're gonna shade the other side of this little smoke cloud with blue. Just enough to make it feel like it's connected to the chimney somehow. Let's do those side to side brush marks. Moving that into the sky on the other side of the painting that we already established. Let's take some tan, move it through the top of the house, creating some light on the roof. Already that's looking pretty good. Wow, it's pretty bright right now. I'm always waiting for it to be quiet in the studio, and today happened to be the quietest day that I have experienced in a long time. And I had a feeling it would be. So I'm going to continue. And I'm going to go and hang out with friends tonight after I'm done. So, what are your plans? Do you have any plans? Okay. I'm having a good hair day, which is crazy to say because I am out of hair product, so I just used the product that was already in my hair from yesterday, but it's, I guess, it's somewhat second day hair in a way. Okay. We're focused on the upside down waterfall area. All right. In here could be a little different. And here it's really bright, and then it's supposed to kind of taper off into darker, kind of clear blue water, but still darker. So I'm taking a dark blue that I mix with white and allowing the color from underneath to show through to give that reflective look. I'm not totally sure about the rocks. We'll figure it out as we go. Okay. Back here is the water that comes down onto the waterfall. We're gonna try to make it feel horizontal and like it's connecting to the water that's falling. This is not an easy task. Just taking white and bouncing back and forth between white and light blue. The light blue being kind of the darkness around the highlights of the water. Something similar to that. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll get there. Are you doing okay? I'm gonna take some gray. We're going to move on to this side of the painting, and I am going to indicate the pathway a little bit more clearly because we painted some green, some shadows, and it interrupted the pathway, which is fine. So now we're gonna bring it back with gray and white for now, and we'll definitely add more colors later, but right now we're just creating the pathway, which is wider towards the base of the painting because it's getting closer to the viewer, and much smaller as it nears the house because it's going away from the viewer. So that's a little perspective lesson. Obviously, when talking about creative painting concepts, it's much easier said than done, but It's okay. Taking a little bit of white and forcing in some indication of cobblestone or just something. Let's bring it down a little bit further. So over here, it's going to be rocks that connect to the water, which is in here, even though it feels a bit ambiguous as of now. We'll figure it out. I'm not really sure. Let's see. Let's maybe put some green and some dark. Just let's make this feel more solid and dark by shading it again. And then that will create the structure for us to highlight. It's almost like we gotta take away some of the detail in order to bring it back more accurately. It's like there's rocks in here, but I'm not really sure. I'm a little confused on where the rocks go. Okay, so here's the waterfall. So there's some rocks here. Highlighting them basically. And then there's the pathway that I think needs to be closer to the rocks basically. Or maybe the water needs to be more expansive. Something in here isn't right. Oh, that scared me. Okay. Hang on. Maybe the rocks. I feel like it's the water. It needs to be bigger. Hang on. Alright, let's see here. So we've got the water in through here. Let's cover up those rocks with water. Yeah. And then we'll put rocks back in. And I'm going to take my light gray and just highlight that a little bit, and enough for me to know what I'm trying to do, so that whenever I look at it again later, I'll be like, okay, we can work with that. Alright, let me flip this and see what's happening, because I feel like I can't really tell until I flip it. I think it's making more visual sense for sure. You ready to see? It's getting there, right? It's starting to make more sense. I like it. One way to tell if it's going the right way direction is just to step away from the painting and look at it from a distance. So keep that in mind. That is one way to evaluate if you're on the right track. So I'm gonna flip my reference again. Oops, sorry, that was a little bit loud. I feel like I need to sneeze, honestly. I was able to mute just in time. I'm glad I can control my settings easier so that I'm not like blowing out your eardrums. So, yeah. The mountains are calling me again, so I'm going to pull this down, soften that ledge, add a little shading in there. It's a bit dark, lighten it. Keep adding more paint to get it to how I need it to be. That's good for now, though. I think what would be a good idea is to kind of how I focus on one side of the painting, I'm going to move to another part of the painting and kind of focus on that a little bit as well. Maybe it needs to be in here though. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kind of bring that focus down into this area and then work in here a little bit. Actually, I'm going to turn my image back to color for now. Hit save. Done. There we go. Alright, zooming in. We're going to work on this area here. I wish I had something to clean my glasses with. My glasses get so gnarly sometimes. Like, there's like makeup on it. It's not good. I used to take my glasses off for my videos because I thought it made me look better, like, but now I'm just like, whatever, I have to see and deal with it. Okay. But yeah, I do wish I had something to wipe it off with. Actually, let me go over here and see if I can. I know I have like a cotton t-shirt I can use really quick, so yeah, just give me 1 second. Oh, I have to hit my vape while I'm up. 1 second, because it's a holiday, so I'm gonna celebrate for 1 second. Does she talk to chat? Yes. Such a great trick. Thank you. Okay. I do keep my eye on chat. I do. Sorry if it seems like I've been ignoring you, but I've just been painting, you know. And then, you know, occasionally I'll read up on the chat and respond as best as I can. So that's the vibe. All right. All right, so working in here, I'm going to take my really light fluorescent green. So it's taking green, mixing it with fluorescent yellow, and I'm making little, actually it needs to be lighter than that. Let's take a bunch of white and mix it into that. I'm making some distant trees that are being highlighted by the sun, and it's kind of a up and down motion. And now taking some light blue. I almost feel like I need to mix more colors. I might need to take a minute and do that soon, but we're gonna mix that in with some of my green to shade it on the right side. It's starting to have ambiance. It's starting to come together. It's starting to be beautiful. So in here it's foggy, it's hazy. We're taking white, mixing it with blue and green. I can tell some of my paint is drying. Taking some light blue and let's just stipple that in. Stipple, stipple, stipple. A stipple, stipple, stipple. Very soft. Alright, let's kind of move into these trees. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. We're gonna make the left side of the tree lighter. There's a couple trees. We're gonna be, look, doing kind of this stipple motion on the left side with our light fluorescent green mixture, which is green and yellow and white combined. And then on the side of that, we're gonna do dark green by mixing blue with an olivey green that we have already mixed, just to make it even darker. And look, I'm doing this side to side, just stipple, stipple, stipple. And that's breaking it up and giving it that three-dimensional elevated landscape feeling. Alright, so kind of dividing it down the middle a little bit just so it feels I don't know, it just looks better that way. We're gonna do a few more like intense clusters, see how that creates a little more structure. So now there's let's just say there's two trees next to each other right here. We gotta bring them out. There's two happy little trees. Okay, one. Okay, I really need to mix more colors. I'm starting to feel it. Okay, so this one is a dark turquoise, and it's long and it's narrow and it's somewhat thick. This one's dark turquoise as well, and it's connected to it in a way. It's slightly behind it, and here it's dark for now. light, light, light. Okay. Taking this one and doing the same thing on this side, only with maybe a little bit less light on that side. Isn't that nice? What happy trees on happy days. I'm gonna make the trees behind it and the space behind the painting a little bit lighter and nuanced. So back here it's just dark. What we're gonna do now is take some light green, medium green, and kind of dab the illusion of trees in the distance. This is where our rainbow's gonna go, don't forget. And that's making me realize how this tree could be even more structured and confident in a few places in order to make it feel like it's closer up than these ones back here. There's one next to this tree, which is almost buried away with all the darkness around it, which is why I'm trying to lighten it a little bit. We're going to take a foggy kind of green, kind of push it back there a little bit. Now, a little bit of foggy blue. And do the same. Now we gotta dab a few little highlights back there in the distant trees. We're creating the land, so it's very organic by nature. Let's make this tree feel a little bit pointier. Again, not everything has to come together immediately. I might work on these trees multiple times throughout the painting. I'm shading the trees now with a little bit of purple, actually. So that's gonna make it feel like there's shadows that are natural. I don't know if I like that, but I think I like it better than I did. Like, I think it's getting there, you know? Like I said, if it's one step closer to where you want to go every time you go through that part of the painting, good. Because you can't push your painting further than where it needs to be in that moment. Like, you can in a way, but I recommend like painting throughout the whole thing and bringing everything up at once, and then whenever you go back to deepen the painting, it will be even more enlightened and accurate, rather than what your initial notion is on the solution to that part of the painting, if that makes sense. So it's a little bit hard to explain unless you paint. You might not know what I'm talking about, but a lot of what painting is comes down to mindset and personal approach. But mindset comes from, your approach comes from your mindset. So mindset's everything. And it's, I think, what makes some artists truly great. So that's just me, though. That's my humble opinion. This light green, move it in here. It's starting to feel more magical. Let's highlight this. Ooh, too much water. Too much water. I'm taking fluorescent yellow and white and a little bit of water and highlighting this already really light area of the painting. There we go. That looks better. Don't be afraid to finger paint. That's what they're there for. Your fingers are here to be built-in paintbrushes, I'm convinced. Alright, part of the waterfall is actually going to go back here, so I might as well just plot that in with a very light blue, like my dress. Which outfit do you like better? The outfit I wore at the beginning of this painting the other day, or this one? I know it's irrelevant, but I'm just curious. But I'm a fashionista, so I love fashion, whatever. Okay, let's add some blue around this waterfall, some blue, green, gray color. And I'm kind of shaping the waterfall as well. Taking a little bit of my turquoise, and let's make behind here just a bit darker. So that's gonna make the light green feel even lighter and even more magical. Even though it's darker, we still want to keep it hazy, so I'm mixing in grays and whites. I probably even need even more white than that just to keep it nice and hazy. That's too much white. Again, it can be a back and forth. This is pretty close to what I was going for. Okay, let's take some really light green or some brighter green and kind of move it through these mountains. And since I plot in the green just there, I'm gonna take some dark blue and just kind of integrate that green into the mountain with dark blue. So we've got light blue, dark blue, and green all kind of happening. It could be even darker than that. I'm not totally sure. In here, just adding a little bit of black. I don't know. And then softening it up again. I just felt like it needed to be a bit less saturated in that area. And then up in here, let's make it feel a bit more foggy. Taking white and blue And then I'll take even more dark blue and move that back into here, but mix it with purple. I don't know, something like that. It's definitely getting there. Alright, let me check up on chat on Twitch. For some reason I can't really see it from my phone. Annoyingly so. Hi. Hang on. Sinchomi Anime. Love you. Thanks for being here. Happy Easter. Isn't this fun? I'm glad you're here. Thank you for joining me. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm about to do for the rest of my day. So I apologize. That's gonna indicate that there's some beautiful trees in the distant mountains. I'm gonna highlight that as well. That's really pretty. It's starting to look really freaking pretty in here. And I think having or creating a super pretty landscape is what Thomas Kinkade is most known for. And so and I can see why, and I feel excited that I'm capturing it. And if I didn't say this already, when I was a kid, I loved his paintings, and then I got older and I realized a lot of people in the art world don't appreciate his paintings. But honestly, screw the art world. Literally, I don't care. I like what I like. And if I think something's beautiful, I'm just gonna own that, you know? I mean, I wear clothes that are out of style all the time. Like, I don't think sequins are technically in style right now, but here we are, wearing sequins. So, yeah, I feel good about it. And I feel good about Thomas Kinkade. And I feel good about this painting, and I can't wait to see it when it's done. I mean, I'm having fun, but it's gonna be so pretty when it's done. In a way, I feel like I'm spending Easter with my family right now. I mean, you guys aren't my immediate family, but I have a love for my community on here, so alright. Let's do some trees in here. As you can see, I attempted that at one point, right in here. did some dark green. Now I'm taking the light green and stippling it through, breaking it up so it doesn't feel like straight lines. Let's take some medium green. Plop that in there. Again, we're doing two trees next to each other. It's looking a little bit too bright. It's okay. Take some light green, some pasty green, and kind of work it into the left side of the trees. And then we're going to take the dark green again and work that back in. So that's looking pretty good. It's definitely looking pretty good. Okay. Let's take some light grayish green, pull it in here around the trees. Then we're going to take an even lighter shade, pasty gray-green, and we're going to highlight that, creating almost like these planes of land. This is starting to look really pretty. I want to work on in here a little. I think we brought this to an interesting place. I'm not saying it's done. I'm gonna work on in this area. Okay, so this is the stream that goes into the waterfall. This is the pond area. These are the rocks. And then there's greenery in here. The stream back in here. So we're gonna work on this. And then I think I need to mix some colors. Alright, let's bring some light green in here. We're going to create a harsh curved line around the land. And then we're gonna pull this green into the water. This is the reflection. Now we're gonna take some murky blue and shade around it, leaving back here brighter. But we're gonna shade around it, making it a bit darker, so it feels more like it's a reflection. Alright, this is good. Now let's indicate a few rocks in here by first plotting in the dark parts of the rock, and then the medium brown shade around the darkness. This is very good. Okay. Then we're going to highlight that. This is the part that really kind of starts pulling it together. Oh yes, beautiful. Slowing down as we connect the different parts of the painting together. Too much of the same thing in there. I think I kind of ruined it a little bit, but we will add that green back in there. Let's take some lighter green and highlighted a little bit. Oh yes. Very pretty. I'm feeling the land slowing down and letting the land unfold. Okay. And in here, there's going to be more plant life and whatnot, so hang on, let me think. I need to definitely get more of this turquoise. Again, I feel like I need to mix more colors soon. So I always feel like mixing colors kind of interrupts my flow. Some people love mixing. I do like to mix, but it does interrupt my flow. Let's add some pink in here. And then, yeah, my paints are definitely drying. Some red, I don't really like that. It's a little bit too bold looking for being so distant. So I'm just gonna kind of push that back in, and then later I'll recreate the plant life in that area, because warm colors like red tend to visually move closer to the viewer, so they tend to pop and look like they're visually close to the viewer. So adding warm colors in the background is tricky, because like adding, you know, red flowers in the distance, because you want it to feel like it's far away, so you have to desaturate it enough to make it feel like it's distant, but you're still trying to convey the message that this is like red or whatever. So it's tricky business, but it is doable. Yeah. What time is it? 4:43. Okay. You hanging in there? Let's continue. Like I said, I want to work in here. I know I got a little sidetracked. I still kind of feel like I could highlight this a bit more. Taking light green and just highlighting it a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. I'm feeling better about that. Already it speaks to me more than it did with that. Now let's work on some rocks in here. And it's just bugging me, so we'll work on the waterfall and the rocks and just kind of see what happens. And yeah, I can tell I need to, like I said, mix more paint. So maybe at some point I'll mix more paint. And even if I can't paint for much longer tonight, that's okay. All right, we're taking this light brown and we're shaping some of these rocks for starters. Now some light gray. It's kind of a gray blue color. And we're gonna doot doot. Sometimes it can be hard to make the paint do what you want it to do. Alright, so it's getting there. In here, just kind of, yes. In here, it's like water, water, water. It's like partly water, partly rock, a little bit ambiguous. Rock. It's Let's use some white to create the highlight on the left side of the rock. A little bit of blue. Hang on. That blue feels too bright. It needs to be more of a gray. It's a little bit better. Move that into the highlights. Just like so. So this is all. Okay, this boulder needs to be shaded and separated. Nice. And then highlight the top of some of these boulders that you didn't even know were there. That's why you keep things open and ambiguous, and just when you're in the beginning stages, just leave everything very open, and that way when you go back into it, you might have more than you thought you did, if that makes sense. You might have more to work with than you thought you did. So, but if it's really, really specific, then it's going to be harder to see potential in something. All right, here's a little highlight. Moving some of these rocks around a little bit. Okay, so now it's getting a little confusing because there's like grass and greenery kind of coming in, so let's just move some green into the rocks, kind of stipple it in there. Might as well, really quick, just kind of contextualize it a little bit. Alright, taking the green, now I need to take the blue and mix it with green once again to make a little bit of a turquoise vibe. Make it darker so it's not all just light. I don't know, it's like I feel like I might need to flip the painting again at some point, but we'll see. Okay, now let's shade some of these rocks again with some of the grayish tone. Bluish gray. Again, I think I'm running out of the right colors, so that might be why it's a bit hard right now to get what I'm going for. I've been using the same color palette for a couple days now, so it makes sense that I would need to remix my colors. And also, as you work on your painting, you realize you need more colors than you thought, usually. Taking some mustardy brown, like really brown and yellow kind of mixed together. I'm just gonna at least kind of drop that in here a little bit. I don't know if that made it way worse. Probably did. We'll figure it out. I definitely need stronger shapes for these rocks. I'm gonna squint my eyes. Okay, sometimes squinting can help you see things more generally. Adding some water. Here's another rock. Like the highlights don't matter if there's no like shadows, so I'm going back and forth between highlighting and shadowing. This is getting there. Again, looking at it from a distance is such a great way to just see, okay, where am I? Where do I want to go from here? What is happening in my painting? What's working? What isn't working? So keep that in mind. Step away from your painting. Honestly, it might be time to start wrapping it up pretty soon because I can tell I'm getting a bit tired, I guess. So, I don't know. This painting's gonna take a while. I can tell, like, but it's gonna be a really pretty painting when it's done, and I definitely made a lot of progress today, which I feel good about, and I have a lot of hope that it's gonna be it's gonna be a breakthrough landscape for me. And anytime I feel like I'm breaking through something in my art, it's such a good feeling. I don't know if you know that feeling, but it's a really good feeling when you feel like you're truly learning something, you're truly breaking through. I'm really excited about this because it's gonna be beautiful and I love it. So thank you for being in my corner and just following this creative process. I'm excited to work more on this later. Hopefully I can get it done next week. I've been, I think I am getting in a rhythm of what works for me. So, and when it seems to be quiet, which is good, but I'll be gone next weekend. Otherwise, I would definitely stream next Sunday. But Sundays tend to be pretty quiet at the studio, which is nice. Anyways, I love you. Again, it means a lot to me that you're here. And this was a lot of fun. And I can't wait to work on this more next week. So, happy Easter, and I love you. Oh yeah, and there's my painting. One more time, because I love you. And I wanted you to see it, and I'm proud of it, and it's coming along. So, alright. Bye. Alright guys, and we are back. I'm excited. Thank you so much for being here. This is day 3 of recording this Thomas Kinkade painting video. I'm wearing the same dress as I wore, I don't think it was yesterday, the day before yesterday. Yesterday was, wait, no, it was yesterday. Was it? I'm confused. I'm having a time-lapse issue right now, but regardless, I thought I would wear this dress again because I got a pretty positive reaction, which I'm not surprised because this dress never fails me. It's so cute and it matches the painting. So I'm excited. Anyways, hang on, let me pull up my reference image. Okay. I already mixed most of the colors. Sometimes I do that before I record just to give myself a head start. You can see the colors I mixed here, so take a screenshot of that if you're following along. And one of these days I will give you a color theory lesson, but I do try to sprinkle that type of thing throughout. So keep your ears tuned for little color theory lessons all throughout. Okay? So, again, these are the blobs of color that I'm using. It's acrylic, and I have this airtight seal, and then I'm sprinkling water all over it as well, and that helps keep it nice and wet. Because as you know, maybe you don't know, acrylic paint tends to dry fast, but if you know your little hacks, you can keep it wet for days, which is wild. I had no idea that was possible. Basically, get you an airtight sealed painting palette with painting paper, palette paper that you replace, and then sprinkle water on it, get the palette paper nice and wet, and you should be good to go. Alright, so it can be a little overwhelming whenever you step away from a painting and then you need to go back in and work on it. So if you have that feeling, no, you're not alone. The best way to combat this is to work on what feels most natural at that time. So I'm gonna get up close to my painting and make sure that it's not blurry. Okay. So in the past, what ends up happening is I turn my camera off, turn it back on, and then my painting camera is blurry, but I can't tell that it's blurry because I'm monitoring from a distance. And plus, I can't see very well. I can see better with my glasses, but anyways, yeah, I'm excited. The first thing I'm gonna do is actually the one color I don't have is light blue, like true light blue. So I suppose that's something we will work on really quick. What I'm gonna do is just take a bunch of white, and then as you can see I have a couple shades of blue, several shades mixed, but a couple straight from the tube. Taking the lightest shade, mixing it in with the white, which seems like the white kind of dried up a little bit. Okay, that's nice. So it's a really light shade, and since my white is basically gone, oops, I'm gonna go ahead and load that back up because there's nothing more frustrating than reaching for a paint color that you need and it not being there, and then you have to load it up. So I would just do that before you get frustrated, if that makes sense. But I will say staying on top of keeping your paint palette replenished is something that people don't talk about enough. in my humble opinion. So, but then again, what do I know? Not a lot. Okay. Now, I will say really quick, I will do my best to intermittently respond to the comments in between my painting. So just hang tight. I'm not ignoring you. For those of you who are tuning in live on Twitch, just know I will read it in between. I don't have so many comments where I can't read it in between. Excuse me. Okay. Alrighty. Taking the light blue and just creating some space left to right in here. And I'm also going to take my white. So there's smoke coming from the chimney that kind of is turning into clouds. That's kind of what I perceive it as, at least. Hopefully you are able to follow along. Now I'm going to take some of my gray blue, blend it in side to side, almost making a cylinder with the cloud. And making sure there aren't any harsh lines. Typically in smoke cloud things, there's not harsh lines, so we're just gonna buff those out. But in here, let's make it just a little darker. Very good. That is still kind of a harsh line, wouldn't you say? So I do want it to be darker, but we still gotta keep it true to the heart of a smoke cloud. All right. Now something that is, I would say, characteristic of Thomas Kinkade paintings. I'm gonna go ahead and load up my turquoise paint. Artist Loft. I'm using a combination of Artist Loft and Holbein acrylic and Gaffery artist paint. So it's multiple levels of like some of them are more expensive than others, and I think altogether it kind of gives me what I am looking for. But don't get too hung up on your materials, because materials are tools, they're important, but having limitations can also actually make your artwork even better, strangely. So work within your limitations. All right, we're gonna go side to side to create the space behind the smoke cloud. If you're working on your painting and you're not really sure where to start, work on the thing that seems easiest to work on in that moment, truly, because that will unfold for you and then lead to the next thing. And if you're hitting a wall, on a certain part of your painting. Sorry, I'm trying to mix a certain shade of blue. It's not really working. If you're hitting a wall, basically with your painting, move on to another portion of the painting. See, I'm taking some of this turquoise blue, working it into this side of the white. See how this blue, I don't know if you can see it through the camera, looks different than that blue. We're taking the more turquoisey blue, mixing it in with the white to get this really whimsical, beautiful, too good to be true environment that is very characteristic for Thomas Kinkade. So I highly recommend using some synthetic colors, which I'm a fan of synthetic colors anyways. I love me some synthetic colors. I say, why not? Most of my paintings glow under the black light, especially most of my recent paintings, which is a little hidden secret that I'm so proud of. So we're going to buff this into white, creating a softness where there's clouds, but you're not totally sure where the clouds start and the sky stops, if that makes sense. Okay. I don't want to get too nitpicky right now because everything's in a flux. We don't want to get too hyper-focused on any one part of the painting because that tends to be relatively counterproductive, especially in the beginning stages, which I know this is my third day working on this, but it's not in the final stages. I would say the final stages is the best time to integrate more and more detail, more and more revision, hyper fixating on little tiny spots in the end of the painting is great because by then you're 100% sure where everything goes and how everything looks in comparison to everything else that's already developed in the painting. So I hope that makes sense. Like I said, I'm out of town coming up. So when I get back, I'll be able to work on this more and finish it. Adding some white up here. Just to make it look like there's some clouds. Let's take a little bit of purple. That might be a bit too much. Want it to be more intense over here. It's good. I like that. Okay. I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit. Let's add a little bit of green highlights in here. We're just gonna articulate the bushes in on the left side. So I'm going to be dancing between light, medium, and dark green. So I feel like the light source is coming from the left for the most part. So imagine it's coming from this side. That's a bit saturated looking, so I'm going to add some desaturated green. It's a bit too distant to be as bright as it is. Remember, things that are far away tend to be less saturated, and when I learned that, it blew my mind, because you ever see these paintings and it just feels so like there's so much depth that you could just reach in. It has a lot to do with utilizing the language of color and what certain colors communicate visually, especially in terms of paint. We're going to take some of the pale blue and just move it in around the green. Definitely more than that. I still feel like this green is a bit too much, so we're gonna take some dark green, move it through in between the trees. We want to keep it dynamic. If you're wondering where my reference came from, I generated this image with AI, and I actually put in prompts that were reminiscent of Thomas Kinkade. I think I put in something as simple as Thomas Kinkade-inspired painting with rainbow. I think that was my prompt, and here we are. Okay. All right, we're working on this area, so I'm going to zoom into my reference. And if you are somebody who paints from live observation, more power to you. I really respect it, and I've done a lot of painting from live observation myself, but I also think utilizing the tool of photography is helpful even from live observation. So all right, we're going to draw in a few beautiful little rocks in here, and again, you don't have to make yours exactly like mine, but we're taking a light gray, just outlining a few rocks. There's going to be some rocks in here, and I'm feeling out the land more as well. Now I'm going to block out some lighter spots. Beautiful. And now I'm going to take some gray and create the form of the rocks. I'm going to take a little bit of olive green, integrate it into my rocks. And some dark gray blue. Just feeling out the land. This is important to do for Thomas Kinkade style painting, because you can tell that he really goes in and takes his time and feels it out. So we're going to take some blue, move that in, to a few places. And that also creates almost like different sides of the rock clusters, if that makes sense. I think I'm going to give you a quick little example. Hang on. So, this is the abstract painting that's happening because of the demonstration. So, pretend this is a close-up of the rock. We've got the rock right here. We're going to do kind of an organic shape. Where the light hits it, we're going to do a thick moment, right? Then another, kind of shape it with some blue, and that gives it the side. Then we're going to shade it down here, and that's going to ground the rock. Does that make sense? This is how you give it. And here's like some brown that we work into it, so that's another plane on the rock. So that's how you do it, and you kind of feel it out that way. Okay. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Using a myriad of colors is definitely helpful as well. So now I'm going in with a little bit of mustardy brownish color and just kind of breaking them up a little bit, and I'll go through and decide what I want to keep and what I don't want to keep. So it's actually really pretty as the sun sets here. All right, so we were working on this portion, so I'm gonna go in, stipple, 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 light green all the way down this. It's almost like an S, swervy S shape. And in here, it's like the lime green. There's definitely green gradients all throughout, which is basically like, here's say the medium shade. Here's like the light shade. Here's an even darker shade of medium. Here's an even darker shade of that. You see how that's actually too many shades darker, but like you see how it's creating a gradient, and you can kind of like blend those together the opposite direction. I don't know, that's kind of a close-up of the technique I'm using. So keep that in mind. Okay? Trust me, I know all of the tricks. That's why I'm here. Okay. So, going in, adding the dark blue and green in here as well. I want to highlight these trees with this nice gray color by just streaking it through the left side, which this is a combination between lit from the left and lit from the back, because it's definitely backlit as well, meaning the light is coming from back here as well. So I will say there might be some flaws with the image, because I used AI as a reference, so there might be some flaws inherently. But I will also do my best to correct those if it bothers me, and if it doesn't, I'm just going to continue with it, because paintings don't necessarily have to be 100% accurate to reality to be impactful and for them to communicate what we were trying to communicate through them. So creating another branch or another tree coming through here, coming up, and there we go. And adding some lighter colors around it. So you're hanging in there, learning a thing or two. I'm a little bit surprised that I'm drinking coffee this late, but also not, so. Okay. Let's go in here and add some nuance. What are they doing outside? Some of my paint dried, so okay. Alright, I'm adding some desaturated pink in through my dark pink by just stippling. We're gonna add purple and darker pink in through this as well, but I'm basically creating little clusters, and these are almost like cherry blossoms or something. Like I said, it's very Thomas Kinkade to have just to create a scene that's more beautiful than real life. And it's very idealistic, and some might not be everyone's cup of tea. It's okay. Art doesn't have to be for everybody. I'm adding a little bit of the bright pink in there as well, but we don't want to do too much. Not yet. We're doing like horizontal clusters through the bark, like through the trunk of the tree. So keep that in mind. I kind of feel like there needs to be more of the sky coming through here. And I definitely need to create a few straggling branches and connecting branches, and I'm gonna do that. This branch, the center branch, goes off the canvas for now. I might change that though. There's like some branches kind of peeking in and out of the blossoms. Okay. Actually, I'm trying to think what my next step is. I've been moving between a few different things, but basically focusing on the left side of the painting more than I was earlier. So, yeah. Relax. And be creative. Relax and be creative. Love it. The next step is to bring, I'm gonna add a little more water. I spent quite a lot of time working on these paint mixtures, and I don't want them to dry out, so definitely do this occasionally if you're using acrylic. What else should I do? Let's break this up a little bit. And like I said, I'm slowing down. Let's highlight this in here. At some point, I'm going to flip my painting upside down again, but we're basically feeling out the land. Let's take a little bit of this subdued purple and move it in here. Just kind of integrate it, because we don't want the grass to be green and only green. We want there to be other colors in there. So purple tends to make things look more distant. Especially paintbrushes. My paintbrush has too much water on it, so hang on. But yeah, purple makes things look distant. So integrating some purple in there will hopefully set it back a little bit visually. I mean, that's looking pretty good. It's getting there. It's getting there. You can see that I use a heavy texture paint because there's texture happening. And let's make this a bit darker. Nice. That's looking pretty. Let's use a little bit of this. It's like a a little bit of the red and purple, just kind of push that in a little. We don't want it to be too bright, then it won't feel natural, but we're just gonna plot some red flowers in. And because it's so dark, we're gonna mix a little bit of this natural pink in there. Ooh, that's looking good. I like it. So I feel a little bit bored with working on that area. Part of me is thinking I should work on another area, but the other part of me is like, maybe I should just flip my painting upside down and work on it upside down a little bit. I'll work on the tree. Let's do that. We'll work on this. We were working on it earlier, so let's just keep working on it. Let's add some of the super desaturated purple. I need to dry my brush too, because we want it to be thick layers of paint right now, because we're building it up. Just see how I'm doing side to side clusters. Little cluster here. Don't be hard on yourself too, because I know how easy it is to feel like you're not doing a good job, when really you are. It's just the process. We're going to reiterate the trunk of this tree a little bit. Very good. And a little bit here, and then highlight it a little. Just doing my best to make it feel round. Okay, let's go back to stipple, stipple, stipple. This is a very desaturated shade of purple. So it's purple with a lot of white. Already that tree is looking better. I think the thing is, when you're painting something, yes, you have a sense of urgency to get through it, but also realize you have the rest of your life to work on that painting. Like, you really have to think of it like that, that to be so committed that it doesn't matter how long it takes. Okay, I'm gonna add some pink into the bush here, and it's interfering with the house or the cottage. I forgot it's a cottage. Take some of this yellow. It's like a very, very, very light shade of yellow. Plop it in there delicately in the distance, and then maybe a little bit of a darker yellow in there as well, but not too much. Move that in to the green. Later we'll move some white in there as well. We don't want there to be too much contrast between everything, so blending it in. We don't want it to be too clear what is going on either, because the ambiguity actually makes paintings look more elevated. So kind of playing into that. All right. That's looking so good. I'm gonna see if my Amazon package got here. I'm a little bit distracted because I've been waiting. Okay, it did. Alright, so I'm probably gonna have to go, unfortunately, because my package that I've been waiting on just got to my house. So I want to make sure that I get it. I retrieve it. Today was a little bit bumpy, but I'm glad I got, quite a bit of this painting done, and I think I'm gonna definitely aim to record and stream on Sundays, because it seems like Sundays are the quietest day. If not, I'll record, in the early evening like I did today. I will see you later. Oh. Hi. Welcome to my art studio. It's, I believe, maybe day 4 of working on this painting. And yeah, I have my colors already mixed from our last painting session, and I'm excited you're here. It's a beautiful sunny day. I'm actually going to be going on a trip coming up tomorrow, and I leave my house at 2 a.m. and so I get back Sunday, and so yeah, wish me luck, but I'm endeavoring to work on this painting a little bit longer before I head out, and I don't think I'm gonna finish it today. That's just what my gut says, but I think I can make some progress. So let's go ahead and just get right into it. Oh yes, I have my coffee, my cold brew. Just a heads up, you might hear some ambient noises. I stream live on Twitch, and then I take those streams and I add them all together into a YouTube video, and I do my best to edit out the disturbing noises in the final edit. But of course, joining me live, you never know what you're gonna get. We might get some sirens, we might get some footsteps, we might get some speaking in the distance. We're just gonna roll with the punches, and thank you so much for being here. But overall, from what I can tell, it's a beautiful day and pretty quiet. It's just a quieter day in the studio than from what I heard yesterday. Yesterday I literally got a text from my friend, like, don't come in today, it's so loud. Today it just overall seems a lot more quiet and conducive to a relaxing ASMR experience. Okay. Oh, you like my outfit? Thank you. I had been sporting the sparkly blue dress and I love it, but I thought, okay, I've done 3 streams with the dress. If you get to this point in the process of the painting, then you get rewarded with seeing a different outfit. That's my train of thought. Again, I use like every stream that I work on this painting, I'm going to be including into my final video. So by the time I'm done, it might be like a 3-hour video or longer. Sometimes it's even longer, which I know sometimes it can be too long for some people, but I feel like for ASMR it works. All right. Let's just get right into it today. Actually, I'm gonna do a little trick that I love, and I did it earlier on in the process, and it's just where you turn your... Actually, I don't want to do that. I was gonna say I'm gonna turn my reference into black and white, but I feel like I'm still kind of working on some of the colors and things, so yeah. All right, I'm gonna use a smaller brush. This might be too small, but I'm gonna first paint in the pathways and the grass in here. And when you're painting, landscapes, it's important to establish the overall vibe and then go in and refine. So in here there's going to be some winding paths. There's these blue flowers. Oops, I'm just going to stipple. Oh, I have a hair in my paint. I'm going to stipple some blue along the pathway. Do you see how it's kind of blending in with the path? That's okay. We're just gonna go with it. It doesn't need to be pure blue. Now I'm gonna go in with a little bit more green, some blue, stipple, basically making a little bush in this area. I'm going to add a little bit of water. Something I like to do with my acrylic paint is to just keep them nice and wet by sprinkling water onto the palette. You like my outfit today? So I actually got this outfit at a thrift store. So yeah, I have a really good eye. I love thrifting, and I don't know what era it's from, but I'm here for it. It kind of is giving like 70s beach party, in my opinion, but I don't know. What do you think? Does it look like I'm about to go to the beach or a pool party in the 70s? I think it does. That's me personally. But Would love to know your thoughts in the comments. We're dancing back and forth between multiple shades of green. And we're feeling our way through the land. A little bush here. I'm zoomed into my reference image so I can stay focused on this area enough to develop it. And I will say that this painting has more details than what I typically do, which is normal for Thomas Kinkade. I mean, his landscapes are incredibly detailed. Normally, I choose concepts that have less small brush strokes in order to, like, if you notice, there's all these small little brush strokes I'm making. Normally I choose concepts that require larger brush strokes, like a close-up face, or like if you look back on my painting a cozy winter landscape video, I don't know if you've seen that video, but it was a landscape and there was less detail in the land. It was a lot more just like snow, broad areas of red, broad areas of blue, broad areas of white. This is more smaller areas of little bushes of flowers moving into something else. So it's, you know, go patient, or be patient with yourself, and you'll get there. Now I'm going to take a lighter shade of green, move that in. To the blue. Just one step lighter. And then I'm going to take light blue. And I'm going to highlight that as well. Looking just a little bit too contrasty, so I'm taking my medium shade of green and just blending it a little bit, just so it doesn't seem too separate. Moving up into the house, adding a little bit of blue. Actually, I'm going to take some of my red, it's like a reddish pink color I have, and I'm going to outline my window just a little bit. Again, the amount of detail in this painting is definitely challenging me. And that's why it's going to be probably one of those paintings that take some time. How would you feel if I worked on some of it on my own? Would you feel like you're missing out on the process? Or do you feel like I need to do all of it in front of you? In order to understand? I'm just curious. Alright, dividing the windows. Indicating that I'm dividing the windows. I'll go back in and refine and correct, but it's important to develop the whole painting all at once. Okay, so in here I'm making this division stronger with a dark blue. Using a smaller paintbrush is a good idea. Where the roof overlaps the rest of the house, there's a shadow. And this side of the house, we're going to make it a slightly different color than this side of the house, so it feels like there's two different planes of the house. Oh my word, I totally thought that my split fade was on. So this side of the house, we're going to make it darker. Let's add basically some cobblestone by just touching the brush up and down like this with some light gray blue, allowing the colors from underneath to show through. We're going to make it feel warmer over here, or cooler, sorry. Warm is like green, or warm is like warm colors are like yellow, red, orange, the colors of the sun, the colors of a sunny day. Cool colors are colors of a cold day, purple, blue, sometimes green. And it, of course, color fluctuates depending on what other colors are around it. So keep that in mind as well. What does that say? Do you ever do abstract? Yes, actually I do. I recently did an abstract painting. And part of me is like, maybe I should put that on YouTube. You can look through my older Twitch streams and see. But, yeah. I like to do all kinds of paintings. Maybe the one I do after this will be an abstract painting. I have an idea. But basically I want to do a series where it's like I'm inspired by, or doing my rendition of different artists' work. This one being Thomas Kinkade, and I'm going to cover well-known artists as well as underrated artists, as well as maybe some artists that people don't know. Or maybe some people don't like Thomas Kinkade. There's plenty of people who don't like Thomas Kinkade, but I love Thomas Kinkade, and this is going to be a really pretty rendition. So if there's an artist that you would like to learn how to do your own version of something that they do, let me know in the comments, okay? All right, so we're working on the house and the land. We're kind of focused on this area, making this side bluer than this side. We're indicating to the viewer that there is cobblestone. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but there's stone siding. So look, I'm taking little moments of brown and just kind of pushing it in. It's gonna look like all together that it's rocks. I'm gonna shape the side of the house a little bit by doing some horizontal side to side motions. A little highlight here where, and that's definitely too much of a highlight. Let's kind of dial it back a little bit by painting over it just a little, but that's going to divide the left and the right side of the house. when painting architecture in any facet, it's important to make sure the different planes, like here's this side, here's this side of the house, and we're going to try to indicate that to the viewer by making this side, well, there's the proportions and stuff, but we're going to do different colors, make this one cooler and this one warmer, and that's going to help remind the viewer that there are two different sides to, well, there's four, but two sides of the house that you're seeing. Highlighting it a little bit with my lighter tan shade. And I need to cross my legs. Here's the house here. Above it, there's going to be like an awning. I'll show you a more simplified version. So imagine there's a house behind this shape. So here's the front. It goes like this. And then we're going to take a parallel line, and then that attaches to the rest of the house. And then in here is going to be the door. And so there's a little like awning, and then above that another little window, and then there's going to be some steps down here. So that's kind of a simplification, but sometimes that can help. And honestly, I encourage keeping something like this on hand for you to work out for yourself certain aspects of your painting, because drawing it out in a smaller way can really help kind of connect the dots. Okay, so yeah, I highly recommend doing that. Also, relax. All right, there's a window here that we're gonna create the little bush of flowers underneath it, starting out with green. Honestly, I might want the window to be, I kind of want the window to be bigger. I'm going to take my light yellow and I'm going to push the space around it to open it up a little, because I can tell that I want it to be a little bit bigger. Then taking some of my red and moving it through. That's the, I don't know, the trim of the windows. And then we're going to add some bushes under there with some green. It's a bit bright, so we're going to add some blue. Stipple, stipple. Stipple, 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 stipple. Oh yeah. Let's take some light brown. Create indication of like the separation in the windows. I don't love the way it looks right now, but they're enough for whenever it dries, I can clean it up. Now let's add a little bit of red in there. Very good. Now this is starting to very much blend in with the land and everything, which is kind of good because we want it to feel like it's set back. But there's going to be a few key things that we do to it to kind of pull out the structure. But one of the things that I want you to keep in mind when you're painting is, especially if you're painting a landscape, and in this case a landscape with a building in the landscape, is keep in mind that we don't want it to feel like that the trees and everything is just sitting on top of the land. We want it to feel like it's in the land. So like if you're painting a tree, we don't want it to feel like the tree is just boop on top. We want the viewer to feel like that tree is rooted into the ground. And how do you do that? You paint in between things. Okay, you bring the paint in from the house into the ground, and you bring the ground into the house, and then you push the paint back and you paint over it. That's how you do it. It sounds a little weird, but that's how you do it. So I know all of the little tricks. Well, I know some of the tricks from loving art my whole life, graduating art college with a focus in painting. And I was actually just thinking today, wow, what if I went to grad school for art? I still have college debt, which I think I could probably get some alleviation for, because art school, there's not really jobs outside of art school. So I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't, but I'm like, I still have a desire to learn art, and I know there's more I can learn. And I'm telling you, learning art is one of the most addictive things and most gratifying things in the world. Okay, so keep that in mind. Okay, so we're painting the ledge, and I want this highlight to go back into it like this. Very good. And that's good. There's a little door back here that I'm gonna add brown around the light that I already established. So now under here there is a highlight that I want to keep that highlight, but I also want this to feel a little bit more flat. Add some blue in here. It's kind of like a shadow. And again, let's reiterate this highlight, but we're using a light purple. Purples, blues, those types of colors tend to feel more distant visually. So integrating purples and blues into a house that translates as brown and gray with pops of yellow of where the sun is going to be your key. Let's see, it's here. Okay. That's going to be your key for making it feel like it's distant and not close up. So keep that in mind. A little bit of brown, integrating it to the yellow. I want the ledge to feel more strong, so we're adding that back in. I want underneath the ledge to feel dark, so I'm taking a dark navy blue and shading underneath it. That's already adding some structure, which we love. Adding a little bit of light brown in here. This is the inside facing of the ledge. And then there's going to be like some plant life in here that kind of disrupts the rest of that structure. I'm just dabbing in some light green. Let's go back up to the roof and do this side to side motion with a deep plum purple all the way up to the top of the A. We're shading with the plum as well, specifically under the ledge of the roof. Take a little bit more of my light navy, grayish blue color. We're just going to create a few more cobblestone-y looking. So what I'm doing is I'm taking browns, blues, and just doing this. Here's the house. I'm just doing this type of thing. I might do a little bit of this type of thing. But then look, you add a little bit of blue in there. And then you can add some yellow in there. We got some highlighted stones, and then overall you're gonna get kind of a stone look. Okay. Ooh. Very long time ago, 2 years ago. Wow, Keith Arts. Thank you so much for popping back in. After all, after all of my, all of these years, I'm glad that Twitch recommended me to you. Let's take this really light shade of purpley gray and again, do our best to highlight. So all of this I feel like needs to be blue in here. Let's do a really light highlight. That's a good start. Maybe too highlighted. Yes, you're allowed to paint with your fingers. Just be careful not to touch anything after that. Highlighting this side. We want this ledge to feel stronger. And now we're gonna do some side to side shingly rectangle shingles by doing it like this. We're gonna move into blue. in here I really want it to be a pretty strong bluish shade. There's light hitting it here, so we'll do the same motion, only we're gonna do light yellow. But you can't really see it. So let's just move through the yellow then with some blue so it feels a little bit broken up. I don't know. I just feel like making it darker and then putting a light over it is going to be more effective, but we'll play around with it. But in there it's light. We're keeping it nice and light. Now at the top of the house it's really light. It's pretty much the same color as the sky, so and then we're going to add some brown in here because it's almost like there's some algae, or, you know, it's a cottage. Something I've noticed about Twitch since I've been back, because like I've gone off and on with it, but is that a lot of streamers play reruns, which is fine. I'm not really a rerun girly, so if you're here on Twitch live, you're getting a live video. Otherwise, why not just go to YouTube? You know? But I know to each his own, and I know a lot of streamers really profit off of doing the reruns, which I respect. Maybe in a year or something I'll change my mind and you'll be like, wait a second, I thought blah blah blah. We're all allowed to change our minds, but as of now it seems like for me the best option is to just paint live on Twitch and save everything that's not live for YouTube. But I might even stream on YouTube at some point, so I don't know. One time I streamed on YouTube and I got $1,000 donation, which was mind-blowing. Okay. Highlighting that a little bit more. I'm pushing some of these angles. I'm going to highlight the angle on my chimney. I'm going to create more of a perspective to the chimney. And I'm actually going to make this come back a little bit further. As you can see, that looks a little bit too bright back there, so I'm taking my blue and moving it back in. Just like that. It's a little too dark, perhaps. So adding a little bit of white into the blue doesn't hurt. So I'm going to tell you what we're aiming for, well, here in a second. Let's add some highlights to this plant life area with a light green. And what we're going to do is we're going to focus a minute on some of these trees around the house. Actually taking my dark red and moving it into some of the trees, because red is the complementary color, but it's red mixed with blue, so it's like a dark red. But moving that into your trees will make them feel deeper, more shaded, because green can tend to look a bit flat at times. So yeah. All right, we're gonna make this we're gonna take these light green and turn this into an evergreen by adding a little bit more shape to the tree. Now taking the navy blue and doing the same thing on the other side, on the darker side. This is going to be a bush in front of it, so I'm not bringing it all the way down. Now in between that, I'm going to just highlight it with a pale yellow. It's starting to look more like a tree, for sure. I'm gonna add a little bit more water to my paint palette to keep it nice and wet. And honestly, I'm gonna grab a little snack really quick and I'll catch up on the chat. Snack. It's a lemon loaf. It's a go-to for me if I'm hungry and on the go. Okay. Making the top of this a little awning a little bit lighter. Well, I'm trying to. There we go. I wanted to use that highlight to make it feel flat on top of the awning. It really is about finessing the paint until it submits. No, I'm kidding. That sounds so weird. No, it's about finessing it until you kind of get it to where it wants, and painting over the same area a zillion times until it just kind of comes together. Okay. I'm actually going to take yellow, mix it with my fluorescent white, and I'm going to brighten the window a little bit more. It looks kind of muddy right now, but I'll fix it once it dries. Again, here at the base of that house. Adding a little bit of blue into it. Not really sure. Okay. Let's take some purple. I'm going to move it through the base of the roof. A little bit of a brownish color to work on the awning. I'm gonna have to go back and forth between brown and blue, like we talked about. And then my ashy gray. Trying to get the right shade for under the awning or the gable or whatever this is. Now shading under that with some blue. Taking some light blue and just, I want to make it feel a little bit more solid in here. Adding a little bit of a crease right there where the chimney connects to the house. And I think a little bit of light green in here can't hurt. We'll see what happens, but I'm thinking it's gonna indicate moss on the house and light and moss. So both of those are good things for a cute little cottage. Making it a little darker in here. This is looking a little like it's blending too much, so I'm gonna make it feel more solid. There we go. Just a few little highlights can go quite a ways. You might be surprised. All right. I can tell I'm pretty fixated on the house. It might be a good idea to move on to something else, although I do want to I want to make sure that the highlight in here is on point. work on some of the sky back here. Just because I'm so fixated on the house, I need a break. Although, wait, I'm gonna do one little highlight. I'm gonna bring this highlight back in. Just for now. And I might work on it a little more, but that's at least gonna separate the house. Oh yeah, and I want to do a shadow from the chimney. So that's another thing that I'm noticing has to happen. All right. Actually, I'm wondering if I need to move this over. I'm painting over this a little bit. I'm gonna reconstruct this window. I'm making it bigger than it needs to be right now, just to, because I'll cut into it later. But I'm using fluorescent yellow, and I'm gonna reconstruct this one as well a little bit. I'm using fluorescent yellow mixed with white because you'll notice that fluorescent yellow on its own isn't solid. It's not opaque. So it's harder to layer over darker colors with it. We're going to let that dry, and then we're going to redo the window paneling and all of that. I had to move it over just a hair. Oh yeah, and we're just gonna add a few more little highlights on the bushes, just a little bit. There we go. Again, I do want this to be lighter and warmer in here. And I'm gonna just add a little dark shadow right there, which adds structure to this arch. And I'm going to highlight the top of this little gable and just a few little moments in through the gable. That looks okay for now. Like I said, it's very much about feeling your way through the process. I'm gonna take a picture of my painting thus far. Okay, it's getting there. I'm happy with it. All right. Let's focus on, like I said, I might be going back and forth between the sky and just some of the area around the house. I'm kind of just focused on this area. Oh, I'm so excited that it's finally getting warm, like consistently warm. Lately it's been back and forth where it'll be a few days where it's beautiful, and a few days where you're like, oh, I'm cold, I need a coat. So it's been pretty consistently warm, so it's cold most of the year, and I just have to be okay with it, basically. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move up a brush size to something a little bit thicker and longer, okay? Thick and long. It's gonna allow me to move through the wider areas more easily. Let's make up here a bit darker with a wash, meaning a lighter shade of blue. So this is just gonna make this smoky cloud from the house feel stronger. This is one of my favorite techniques, which is doing a thin layer of a wash over something that's already there, and it really only works with acrylic paint. So with oil, it's thin to thick. You can't really do thin paint over thick paint because the thick paint takes longer to dry, and it'll basically interfere with the drying process, causing it to crack, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's just something to be aware of. Okay, blending in some clouds that are kind of haloing the tree on the left. See how I kind of stippa, add some light into the tree, add some blue in between the pink and in between the branches. Let's make this feel a bit puffier by recreating some of the structure of the cloud. This could even be softer. There we go. All right. Let's do the same thing, add a little bit of sky in to the tree. This is what I'm saying, painting back and forth. Add some sky into the bushes so they feel like you're not totally sure where it starts and stops. Where does the trees and the bushes start and where do they stop? Let's let's add a little bit of this navy light grayish blue into our bush in here. And doesn't that make it feel like it's distant? I love drawing inspiration from nature. I think that nature is universally beautiful, and I think even if you're painting something abstract, taking inspiration from nature is always gonna help. The human form is an extension of nature, and even architecture in a way can be an extension of nature because we made the architecture. But really, I'm thinking about the sky and the land and the water and fire, that elements of earth, the element. And even when I mention the sky, I mean that's obviously infinite, so there's so much to draw from the world around us. I encourage you to just take inspiration from the world around you. If you see a leaf in a tree and it's just hitting, if the leaf is hitting the light just right and you're just noticing it, take that in. You don't have to take a picture. You could, but take it in. Log that shit for later. Okay. I want to soften this transition a little bit. It's so funny because being an artist is also, it's very much about self-acceptance and learning to accept yourself and learning to accept your art, learning to be okay with where you are in your creative journey, because we're all in a different place in our creative journey. But if you've been painting long enough, you know the feeling of working on something and acknowledging how far from where you want it to be. Alright. Side to side brush strokes to blend in the darks and the lights in the sky, because we want that transition to feel gradual. Now, shade this side of the smoke that's coming from the chimney. And then at some point the smoke just turns into the sky. So okay. All right. Let's work on some of this area. adding some white. We're gonna dance back and forth between white and blue. And here is gonna be a rainbow, which we may work on today. Make behind the mountains a dull shade of blue, and then it's going to merge into some clouds back in here. A bit too dark, so we're gonna add some white into the mixture, soften it, tone it down. Very good. Just gonna take some light blue, do a light wash over the lower half of my roof. Just to make the different pieces of the roof feel more connected. Let's go ahead and take a minute and take some fluorescent pink, move that through the far right side of the rainbow. As you can see, we've already primed it with some light shades. We're just going to make the rainbow feel glowy and ethereal. I'm excited to work on the rainbow. Let me take a minute and respond to the Twitch chat. So hang on. If you feel like, oh, I'm overwhelmed with a certain part of the painting, work on another part of the painting. All right, that's why I'm working on this part. Now we're going to take the light fluorescent yellow, move that in to the pink. Very good. There, I want it to feel like it's fading away. I actually want this yellow to be a bit thicker, wider of a band. There we go. And now I take yellow and turquoise and kind of next to it I'm leaving some white space. I'm just going to do a little bit. Actually, I'm mixing that with some light blue. I'm just going to do a very slight indication of blue. Because I feel like in real life, rainbows aren't like where you can see every single band of color. So doing it this way is going to make it feel a lot more realistic. No, but that looks pretty good. I'm gonna shade it. There's a waterfall back here. Now taking a hazy, pale blue green and just moving it through, just like so. We need that to feel dynamic, so we're adding some darker green in there as well. And here are some trees, 2 trees. I actually think I might need a smaller brush. So give me a second while I hunt for the right size. I think this is a good size. Because we're getting detail, we're going to do a small brush. And when you see me using these little tiny brushes, these are the little brushes that come in the packs of like 5 or 10. And it's usually less than $10 or $20 to get all of those brushes. And they tend to be good for like little details. They don't last as long per se. Like I say that as part of it chips off. But they do the trick. And because they're cheap, when you're done with them, wow. That is crazy. Oh my lord. When you're done with them, you can just buy another pack. So, all right. In here, I'm taking light yellow, fluorescent yellow, and mixing it with white. And that's not the right shade. Okay. Yes. And I'm going to do some up and down motions on this hill back here that's located right below the rainbow. That's going to give us a feeling of, oh, there's trees back there. Now we're going to take a more lime, earthy green, and we're going to place that right below that green. That bright fluorescent green. And what I love about using fluorescence is you get to experience a painting in a different way under black light. Alright, now adding a little bit of a fluorescent yellow moment. On the left of the waterfall, and then shading it in to the side of the waterfall. I'm using my light blue, but I'm also going to use a lot of white to just make it feel hazy and unclear. The hazier and the more unclear it is, the better. I'm actually going to move some white into here as well, just to soften it a little bit. Oh wow. That looks really good. Just like so, right in there. I'm gonna make a light shade of blue green. Okay, I'm creating a couple planes not airplanes, but planes of land back here that are just solid shapes. Okay. Now in here it needs to be way more soft and foggy. Taking a really pale shade of light blue green and moving that into the dark space. Very good. I wonder where I'm gonna hang this. I'm running out of wall space in my house because I have so many paintings. But I'm gonna create a gallery wall. I already have many gallery walls, but I'm gonna create a wall in my hallway that connects my kitchen to my bedroom. Basically, I'm gonna add gallery lighting in that hallway, and that is where I'm gonna rotate paintings because there's simply not enough space in my home for all of the paintings that I make. Let's soften this transition by adding a medium shade of blue between the light and the dark. And zoom into that area, this area, right here. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking there needs to be a little bit more blue right here, just a little bit, not too much, or I'm gonna cry because I know I can ruin it so quickly. But we're okay. Okay, just a little. Okay. Yes, I like that. And then let's make that feel like it's transitioning. Okay. That looks pretty good. What about in here? In here doesn't work for me. So there's just not. We're gonna soften this. And then move that into a little bit of yellow, just like this. Soft, beautiful, stunning. Let's take a little bit of white. We're going to add some white caps, stronger white caps, to the mountains with a small brush. It's getting warmer, so my paints are drying quicker. And if you're mixing paint, you know how mixing the right colors takes quite some time. You got a snack. I actually didn't eat lunch today, so yeah. It's all about making progress through your painting, and eventually it will come together. Let's soften some of this blue. It's quite dark back here. I'm gonna bring in some lighter blue. Almost like a teal. We want it to stay nice and flat in this area. Not too much detail. Again, it's distant, so the more distant something is, the less saturated, the less detail, the less contrast. So in order to get that feeling where it's like you're being pulled into a painting, make sure that the further off something is, the lighter it is, the hazier it is, the less saturated it is, so the paler it is. This is how you're going to make your painting look like Thomas Kinkade. Alright? And this took me years to figure out, so I'm teaching you what took me years to learn. Okay. Let's move this into... So like back here, there's too much contrast. There's more contrast over here than over here, but there's still too much. So I'm taking my lighter blue and I'm gonna move it in to the existing blue. I'm gonna try to find, and I'm mixing a lighter blue with the existing blue to find that balance. There we go. That's better. As you're painting, you're going to keep noticing little things that you want to change. This is a good thing. Don't be frustrated. Don't feel like, oh, I suck at painting because this isn't right. There's so many things wrong with it. Like, oh, don't get overwhelmed. Don't let yourself spiral. Because in paintings, the entire way you're going to see things you need to change and adjust. And that is what painting is. That is painting. That is the action of painting. Now, a lot of us, let's add a little shadow over here. A lot of us just find, or a lot of us view final paintings and we don't view the process. Let's make this a little bit purpley. And so we think that the process was easy because looking at it is easy. But there's nothing easy about painting. Otherwise everyone would do it. But it's not like it's hard as in you can't learn how to do it. It's hard mentally. You have to be mentally tough in the sense that you have to be okay with being in the unknown of your painting. You might look at it and think, I don't really know how I'm actually going to fix this. You might think, oh, I don't know how this is going to resolve. That's okay. You're not supposed to know. A lot of times you get the answers as you paint. So like I said, move on to a different part of the painting and circle back around if you find yourself in that space where you're not sure what to do next. So just keep that in mind, okay? Okay, so what's happening in here? Let's just make this slightly bit darker. Good. Soften this transition a little. Let's add a little streak of yellow in here. just to make it feel like it's separate from, I don't know, it just seems like it works. I want us to be able to see some of the mountain behind the rainbow peeking through. I'm going to make it darker in here. And also a little, you see this white cap, it's going to come down through here as well. Little details like this can go a long way, my honey. So don't neglect those little things. In here, let's just make it a bit darker, streaking it through diagonally, preserving the light that we established in some of the places. We just want it to be a bit darker. So as you can see, that's a bit too strong. We're getting there though. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Alright. It's pretty. Mama like. Let's take a little bit of my fluorescent green, my fluorescent light green mixture, and blend that in. Because we need to somehow connect this brighter green with the darker green, darker blue. Just gonna take a little bit of that fluorescent-ish green, mix it in with the brown or blue that we have, and just kind of softly integrate it into the space around. And then in here, I'm just gonna create reflections of the grass just kind of peeking out of the mountainside. That's really pretty. Okay. We're definitely getting there. Going ahead and starting out with my light shade of green, and we are going to stipple in some paint on the left side of the trees. There's this beautiful little cluster of trees over here that can be better painted and defined. We did the light green just now. Now we're going to go in with the darker green on the other side, moving it into the light green, painting side to side, just like so. Let's take a little bit of brown, create a trunk, and then in here there's just going to be some brown land. I'm just going to move that through. And I have a lighter shade of brown as well that I'm going to utilize by highlighting some of this earth beneath the trees. Doing almost like a ledge in here. And that's going to be separate from in here. So I'm working mainly back in here. Let's take a pale, pale yellow and break it up. Break it up in here. Okay, that was my landlord, so I had to communicate. He said that he needs to restart the internet. Keeping the left side nice and bright because that's our light is coming from the left and it's also backlit, so keep that in mind. But going back over to this area in here, let's make it, do you see how that's adding another dimension to the green? It doesn't translate as red, it just translates as darker. Just adding a few little highlights on that side, and then kind of highlighting behind this tree. It's like there's even more distant, ambiguous trees back here. So we're just gonna do like a mixture of green, and then below that in here, let's make it hazy blue to separate these trees from these trees behind it. Moving it in just like so. Okay, it's getting somewhere. Every area of the painting matters, so don't rush. Taking more green and fleshing out the shape of this dark, kind of shadowed tree. And then right below it, which we're not going to get too into the land below it, but let's just add some light blue right below it to separate it. Similar to what we did here, we're going to use this to separate it from the land that's closer up visually. Again, this is turning out to be a really nice painting. I'm excited about it, and I'm still trying to think, where in the heck fire am I going to put it in my house? Because it matches one of my rooms perfectly, my fairy room actually, which is kind of my fairy room is like my personal, it's like a walk-in closet slash, it just has lots of pink and green. Let's add some highlights of green into this dark tree popping out. On the left side. Very good. Very good. Something I'm noticing is a very light pale blue. Let's just stipple some light blue back here. Okay, that's pretty. That's just gonna indicate more plant life. And then let's stipple some light green in here by the rainbow. And there's these two trees. We might as well work on them a little bit. I think the first thing to do is take some of the red, create a center, like a core. And then over here as well, see how that just makes it feel darker. Very good. Now we're going to take a lighter shade of green, move it through. I think behind it actually needs to be more blue. As you can see, it's blending too much. So I'm going to just make behind it a lighter shade of blue. Then I can go in and fix whatever I need to fix later. And then a medium shade of green. Okay, I'm gonna take some more water, splatter it onto my paint, because again, it's getting hot. Therefore, my acrylics are going to be more prone to form a layer of dry paint, like a layer of dry skin over the paint, which keeping your paint palette nice and moist is going to help combat that. So keep that in mind. I don't know, do you hate the word moist or do you like it? I like the word moist. I think it's underappreciated, and it's just associated with weird things when I don't know why. These days you can't say anything without people's minds going into the gutter, you know? That's just the world we live in. Let's take some light blue, kind of move it in. I want this to feel more connected. We'll fix it later. Ugh, I can't believe my feet were on stream. I walk around barefoot, so it is what it is. I'm a hippie. Alright, just create a little bit more green here. And I don't know, there's something not quite right about these trees. Take a little bit of light blue. It's kind of like a light blue green, and it's like moving it around. Let's take some darker blue and integrate it in this area behind the tree a little bit. And then connect that with some of the green that we stippled in. I might have to wait till it dries, but we'll try to add a few little highlights in here. Some horizontal motions. And taking my dark green and creating a little bit of a, well, hang on. I think back here I need to simplify it just a little. I'm not really sure what's going on in here, to be honest. It's like I do one thing and then I'm like changing my mind. this area is a tricky area. We'll figure it out. It might not be right now, but we will figure it out. Adding a little bit more of that red back in, just to... Okay, we're getting somewhere. I don't know. We'll think about that more later. What time is it? 4:30. Hitting a wall a little bit. That happens sometimes when you're painting and you just find yourself getting kind of exhausted. And you're like a little bit like, ugh, I don't know. That's sometimes a good time to just step away from it and yeah, think about it, look at it, that type of thing. So I think I'm actually gonna call it a day, even though it's, you know, it's been so much fun. It was a beautiful, sunny, quiet day, and I look forward to streaming again next week and finishing up this bad boy. This is one of the more intricate paintings I've done in a long time. So it's definitely pushing my patience, but I think it's good to try something new, push your capabilities, and see what you can come up with. So thank you for everybody who joined me live on Twitch, and I'm looking forward to working on this painting. I'm looking forward to working on this painting more with you in the near future. Yeah, I'm happy with the progress I made, and hopefully you learned a thing or two, and hopefully you feel a little bit better about your process as well, knowing that it doesn't just unfold overnight. It takes time. So I'll go ahead and read the comments really quick, and then I'm gonna call it a day, if that's all right. How are you? Happy Mother's Day. I'm seeing my mom tonight. After I do this, I'm gonna head over to my parents' house and have dinner with my mom. So what are you doing today? Anyways, I'm finishing up this painting finally. But I worked on it a little bit on my own because this painting just took way longer than I thought it would, and I was having a hard time finding times to record when the studio was quiet. So I brought this painting home and I worked on it a little bit on my own, just tying up a few loose ends, and today we're going to add the final touches. Finally, I'm so excited. I had no idea when I started this painting how long it would actually take me to finish it. Sometimes paintings go by so fast and it's like, whoa, that's crazy, I'm so talented. And then sometimes it takes a while. So you're still just as talented if it takes a long time. Some paintings just require more attention to detail, and this is definitely one of those paintings. Okay, so I've got my dirty chai. Almond milk dirty chai. I can also pull up my Twitch app. Let's see what's going on. What a wonderful surprise on a dreary Sunday tell us about your outfit. Aw, well, this skirt is a Tibetan wrap skirt. So it's from a Tibetan store in my town. And then my friend, one of my really good friends, gave me this top. And it's, hang on, I'm trying to set up my phone. It's crochet. So yeah, I just wanted to put them together, but I love how this skirt, it wraps around you and it's a one size fit all, which is so great. Okay. And I thought it matched the painting in a way, because it's like we've got lots of greens and pops of red, so I was like, okay, let's play on that a little bit. So here we are. Okay. I have a lot of my colors already mixed. There is one color I do need to mix though. Hang on, let me see. Where's my palette? I'm gonna mix a kind of a light but bright-ish shade of pink right here. I'm gonna try to mix this shade again, but it's dry because I mixed these colors the other day and I'm using what's left. So I took my light pink and my fluorescent pink and I put those together. Let's see, what other colors might I need? Definitely a light blue. I might need to add some more white on my paint palette. And more light blue. Definitely more white and light blue. So I'm gonna do that really quick. Where's my white paint? Alright, I'm running out of my white Gaffrey, but I'm using a mix of paints. I have everything from Artist Loft to Gaffrey, but it's all acrylic, different brands, but this one happens to be really thick. That's why I love Gaffrey paint, because it's thick. And you just squeeze it out of the top like that. And you can technically sculpt with it, like it's almost like painting with toothpaste in the best way possible. And then I just put my tape over it. This is technically not the correct way to close the hole, but here we are. We're doing it the best we can. You're supposed to have these little clips, but I don't have all the clips. Like you see how this one clips. So, all right. Again, just gonna focus on making sure I have the majority of the colors I might need. Taking a little bit of blue, mixing it with my white to get a really pale shade of blue. That's good. Is there anything else that I'm seeing? Maybe a really light shade of yellow. Again, taking white, yellow, yeah, white, sorry. Tiny bit of yellow, mixing it in. It almost creates kind of like a highlighter color. All right, this is a good start. Sometimes mixing colors can take quite a long time. Sometimes it can take an hour before you even start working on your painting. You're just mixing, which is why I like to save my paints as much as possible by mixing them in this airtight tub with a lid. So this lid makes it to where you can save your acrylic paints, and it works out. I highly recommend. That chai, that dirty ice chai, is bomb. It's literally bomb.com right now. So, all right. Let's get into it. I'm just working on the whole thing at once. Oh, I'm missing my turquoise. I forgot one color. It's the turquoise. I keep thinking I'm gonna start, and then I'm like, wait, no. Let's see here. Let's add some white. Like I said, I'm really just adding final touches and bringing out certain aspects of the painting, as well as pushing back a few parts of the painting as well. Okay, that looks good. All right. Gonna add some of that pink onto the canvas, just do a little dot, dot, dot. As you can see, it's creating detail already. Oh, my red is dry. Add a little bit of red into my palette. Some of the paints dry quicker than others. I'm honestly not sure why. Sometimes it has to do with how wet you're able to keep them. Because, like, I put water on my palette. When it's a water-based paint, I just kind of sprinkle my palette with water like this to keep them nice and wet, so that I can, but some of them don't get the sprinkle action as much, or maybe it's just an older blob of paint, so it just depends. Alright, I'm mixing my bright pink and my red. And I'm just going to add some darker spots as well. I want to make kind of a purple color. So adding purple and blue into my pink. And that way that'll look like it's just shaded pink, basically. I'm already really excited. I'm excited about how this is looking. I mean, man, this painting it took a lot longer than I thought it would. Like, when I put all of my streams together and create a video, I think I have already 9 or 10 hours to go through. Yeah. Blending it in with my paint. So it's kind of like a glaze of water and color. So the under layers will show through, but it's gonna create a purpley tint on this side. And doing a little finger painting. Nothing wrong with finger painting. Just be careful not to touch your clothes covered. That's the thing. Because you'll get paint everywhere. That just makes it feel hazier, and I want it to feel hazy because that's what gives the painting depth when the mountains feel distant. Reiterating these clouds back here. That looks good. Take some light blue and work it around this tree. It's almost actually moments of white, moments of light blue, painting in the negative space. I'm taking the blue and I'm taking the white and the blue and I'm dotting in between the pinks to break it up. Just creating space where it looks like the sky is showing through. That looks good. In here, I don't know, that feels a little too harsh. Just kind of soften it with moments of blue. Take some more white, build up the cloud a little more. This is like the steam cloud coming from the chimney, so I don't know what you would call that, a cloud of smoke. I love how the texture is starting to really tell a story as it builds up in the places that are there. The texture happens organically as you paint over your painting. And some places it'll build up because you're struggling to find the right color for that spot, but it ends up really working to the advantage of the painting if you can finally settle on a certain color. Adding some soft clouds. A lot of what I'm doing right now is painting in between some of the things. So, for instance, I worked on this side and I worked on this side, but I haven't really worked in between. And you'll notice that the more you can paint in between what it is that you think you're painting, the better your painting actually turns out to be. Which is counterintuitive. Using a circular, kind of soft, rounded motions with my brush to create the clouds. And what I love about these clouds is, I want this to be softer. I'm just gonna put a layer of white over. What I love about these clouds is they blend so well with the sky around it. You're not really sure where the clouds start and stop, and I feel like that those are some of my favorite types of clouds. Although it's hard to say what my favorite types of clouds are because I love all kinds of clouds. I want to make this look a bit more intentional. It's important that the rainbow stays wispy and light as a feather. Even if you're building up the paint, you want it to feel sheer. And you can do that by adding lots of water in with your paint colors, and also just adding more white. Like this feels a bit solid in here, so I'm just gonna take my white. It's a bit too much, but and just blend it out. See how that makes it feel softer. And look, we're gonna add some clouds back here, where it feels like the rainbow is dissipating in the clouds. Okay. Let's do something similar with the pink in here as well. I'm gonna make this just a little lighter, even though I know I made it darker purple. I want it to be purpley, but I still want it to be lighter purple, so I'm adding more white into it. Oh, a bit too much. It's okay to mix the color on the canvas. Sometimes you have to do that to see what colors are around it, because the colors look different once you put it on the canvas and see it with the other colors. That's better. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? What do you think? It's coming along. The thing is with paintings is they're never really done. Yeah. You could always go back in, work on it more. People ask me a lot. They're like, how do you know when it's done? And I've had many answers for that question, but the truth is you don't know. You don't ever really know when it's done. I think you just end up stopping working on the painting at some point because you're just tired of working on it. And you're just like, okay, I'm done. 30 hours later, I think I'm done. So, wait a second. Let me see if I can find there's a certain brush, my fan brush. Yes, here it is. Okay, I love this brush. Hang on. Okay. I love this brush. It's great for techniques like what I'm about to show you now. So basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dip it in the color and then I'm just gonna go doo. Here, I'll show you. Alright. Got some red. We got some pink. Alright, we're gonna go. Yes, that looks so good. Just a few. I'm not going to do it all over because you want it to be effective in the places that you do it. So that looks good. Let's do it here. Let's do it in here. I'm still allowing the darker colors to show through. I just want it to look like there's some bright pieces, some bright flowers popping out that your eye can latch onto. Okay. Purple up here. little patch of green in here. That might be a little bit much. Add a little bit of blue. I'm gonna break that up a little bit. It's like you don't want to do it everywhere because then it'll just feel like you did something just all over just to fix it. Like, you don't want that vibe. Add a little bit of purple in there. A little bit of purple. I'm gonna do that in here as well. And some green. That looks good. Do a little bit of the same thing up here, just in a few places. You gotta be careful with adding certain techniques into your painting because you don't want it to feel like just it's the same thing all over. You want there to be variety of mark making. Doing the same thing with a little bit of purple as well. That looks good. Light green in here. Some really light green. I'm gonna take a picture of this and see if I'm on the right track. Because part of me is like not sure. I don't like it. I don't like what I did. Hang on. That's okay though. All right. Painting over that a little bit. Messing it up kind of in a good way where it's not so like, I don't know, there's just something about that doesn't work. But I think it's an easy fix. I just have to kind of push back the color a little bit. It's almost like I just added a little too much color, if that makes sense. So I'm taking some of my black and green and just kind of breaking it up a little bit. Let's take some dark green, move it through some of that red. Like I said, just to kind of break it up. And let me tell you, this kind of thing happens all the time throughout painting. Like, you kind of have to, like, I'm taking my light blue and pink mixture and I'm just going to push some of this back. It's almost like it was just too much. But yeah, like I said, you sometimes just have to use you try something. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But even if it doesn't work, you learned something, and it will add to the benefit of the painting in the end if you can just be creative and try to incorporate what it is that you did, instead of feeling like, oh, it's messed up. It's not messed up. You just have to incorporate what you already did into the painting again. That looks more nuanced and just way better. A little bit of light blue over here. What's another color that I'm gonna do? Kind of an orangey color right in here. Red, pink, yellow. That looks good. It's a bit bright, so I'm just going to take some of the green. Oop. Work it into the orange a little bit. Take a little bit of red. Give some depth to the orange by adding a little bit of red in there. Yeah, that looks good. I'm going to take my small paintbrush and I'm going to just add like the look of birds flying in the distance, which really creates the feeling of life in this still life or landscape. Alright, so what we're gonna do is up here we're gonna do the kind of the classic. I mean, if it looks bad, I'm gonna just wipe it off, but it's kind of like the classic V shape, and then like a little body right here. It's very distant, and hopefully all together it will look like birds. Here's one. I'm whispering because I'm closer to the microphone. I don't want it to seem like I'm screaming in your ear. So yeah, it's like a little leaf, basically. And then a small one back here. There. I don't know if you can see these from where you are, but I still think it's worth including. Just smoothing this out a little bit with some blue to make a softer background for the bird. Okay. Now one with the arms down. That looks good. I think that looks like birds. I don't know if you can see them all the way. They're just like a small little detail that if you look closely, you'll see. Just going in, adding a little detail to my mountain, moving it through the rainbow so the rainbow feels sheer. That looks good. At a certain point, you just have to be like, all right, I'm done. But I think I want to add just a little bit more detail over here. Kind of like what I did over here. I do think that this tree could be just, I don't know. There's something about it. I'm not sure. It just doesn't feel totally done. I can't really put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just hyper obsessing though. I'm adding blue to make it feel like it's like the sky coming through the cherry blossoms. That's the goal, but I don't know if that's actually working. I mean, that looks pretty good. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture again and see if it's better or worse. Actually, I like it now. I think I needed to. I like the blue and the cherry blossoms. I think that works. Actually. Okay. Let's work on a few little details in the house that stand out to me. Okay. I take a little bit of brown and create the detail in the windows. All right, that looks good. All Sorry about that. Okay, that looks good. Take some white. That looks good. I wanted to add even lighter shades of green over here. Just in a few places. It's almost like white, but it's not, it's green. That looks good. Just a little highlight. Add a little bit of light blue in here. It's a little cluster of light blue flowers. I'm looking on my phone right now because when it's time for the final touches, I feel like I want to see if there's anything I missed in my reference. Taking a little bit of purple. Highlighting this little cluster of flowers that I kind of keep changing, but it's okay. You have to really do what works for your painting. Like, every painting is going to be a bit different, and it's important to be able to acknowledge like what your painting needs. A few little flowers in here. Adding a little bit of darker purple. Same thing in here. Let's add some purple in here. That looks better. Way better. Looks good. I want the house to have the amount of detail it requires. So that when the viewer looks closely, they're rewarded for it. They're like, oh, I didn't see that. Okay, that looks good. I feel like on this side, it wouldn't hurt to just add a little bit of red, a little bit more red, because it's so green. Just to balance it, you know? I mean, that looks pretty darn good, in my humble opinion. Not that I know much, but, you know. I mean, is it done? I don't know, maybe. It's hard to say if it's 100% done, but I would say it's mostly done, 99% done, which is pretty good. What I love about it is, even though it's Thomas Kinkade-inspired, it's very me. And you can see that it's not like a Thomas Kinkade painting. I love all things beautiful. I love artists who express the beauty of life through their art, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to draw inspiration from Thomas Kinkade. I'm really happy with the way that this turned out. I think it's mostly done. I'm at a really great stopping place. It came a long way. Like when I first worked, I mean, if you've been following the process, this was one of my more challenging paintings. I really challenged myself through this. But I'm gonna head off. I know it was a short painting session today, but it was really just about adding the final touches to this gorgeous landscape. And what an honor to share this process with you. And I hope you learned something about painting. And for those of you tuning in live, happy Mother's Day. And I hope you're able to do something for yourself today, or for your mom or a mother that you know. If you're a mom, thank you so much for your contribution. And I know that people don't always feel appreciated, and I want you to know that you're appreciated. And once again, here's a close look at the painting. Thank you for joining me today. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. What a fun journey. Like, seriously, painting this felt like a journey. It really was. It took me so much longer than I anticipated to finish this bad boy. So hopefully that's encouraging for you to know that sometimes paintings take a long time to make. That's all right. Anyways, I'm gonna head off. Thank you for everyone who joined me live today. You're amazing, and I'll see you next time. Oh, and I'll show you in this camera. I wanted you to see what it looks like in this camera. Wow. Different cameras show it differently. That looks so freaking good. Like, stop it right now. Oh my gosh. So pretty. Love it. Anyways, I'll see you later.